꼭 착용하고 안전한 행사에 함께 힘써주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We would like to begin the 2022 ZIA Forum shortly, so please enter the hall and also be seated. And for your information, this forum will be delivered both in Korean and also in English. So those who need any translation service, please use your receiver on your table. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. And please wear your mask all time while you're in this hall. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation, and we would like to begin shortly. Please be seated. 네, 한 가지 더 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 진행될 저희 포럼은요, 온라인 생중계로도 진행이 될 예정입니다. 따라서 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해 여러분 소지하고 계신 전자기기 또는 휴대전화 번거로우시겠지만 잠시만 꺼내주시고요. 진동으로 변경해 주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off all your electronic devices. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀.
I'd like to make some housekeeping announcements. We will shortly begin the forum. All participants are kindly requested to be seated.
To begin the forum shortly, so please be seated. Once again, thank you very much for your participation and please enter the hall and also be seated. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the forum shortly, so please be seated. And before we begin, for your information, please wear your mask all time and please use the receiver on your table. We would like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service today during the sessions. So please set your channel. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. So please be seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 모두 착석을 해 주시면 저희 바로 지하 포럼 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 모든 여러분 착석해 주십시오.
pioneering with technology and innovation. Korea is a leading nation in eco-friendly energy. Hydrogen is a key in this journey. The key for carbon neutrality and Green New Deal. Clean hydrogen. The key for future industry and economic growth. Hydrogen energy. The key for global competitiveness. Hydrogen economy. The key for hydrogen safety. Hydrogen Act. The key for future mobility. Hydrogen mobility. The key for job creation. Hydrogen industry. The first energy led by Korea. Hydrogen. H2 Korea will always be on this journey.
Ambassadors and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 ZIA Forum. And my name is Jessica Lee. It's my great honor and pleasure to be your MC for this very special occasion. Once again, welcome and thank you very much for your participation. 네, 여러분 인사드리겠습니다. 해주신 온 오프라인 참석자 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 이 뜻깊은 자리 사회자로 함께하게 된 아나운서 이승희라고 합니다. 여러분 반갑습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 행사
Thank you very much. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants of the forum. Before we begin the forum, I would like to introduce you the order of the event. In the morning, we will listen to the welcoming remarks from Mr. Moon Jae-do, the chairman of H2 Korea, congratulatory remarks of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, and we will have the inauguration ceremony of GIA. And we will have the first general meeting of GIA and networking session, which will be followed by luncheon. In the afternoon, we have two parts. One is International Hydrogen Industry session. In this session, representatives of hydrogen associations of each country will share the current status of hydrogen industry and policies. Today, France, Norway, Argentina, and Spain hydrogen associations will not be able to make presentation today due to their circumstances in their own countries. And you can have more break time for the time allocated to the presentation of those countries. And in the afternoon, we will have a presentation on the presentation to be made by Kotra. And then you will have networking dinner. For a successful forum today, many people are giving us support and interest online and offline. I would like to ask for your great interest and participation in today's event. Today's forum is organized by GIA and are organized by the hydrogen associations of 18 countries. Kotra and Ulsan Free Economic Zone Administration are also helping us hosting this event. Several housekeeping announcements. In order to abide by the government's COVID-19 prevention rules, please keep your masks on until the closing of the event. And for efficient proceedings of the event, please turn your mobile phone into silent mode or to vibration mode. And Korean and English simultaneous translation service is provided during the forum. If you need translation, please wear the receiver on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean, channel 2 is for English. Then, let me announce the beginning of the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance Forum. First of all, let me call the names of each country's hydrogen association representatives who are here with us. As I call their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First of all, Mr. Moon Jae-do, Chairman of H2 Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Anders London, the president of Hydrogen Sweden.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Celia Grips,
Her Excellency Celia Grips, the CEO and founder of UK HFCA.
Thank you very much.
Tesla Sten Jensen, the CEO of Hydrogen Denmark.
His Excellency Tesla Jensen is also joining us today. Thank you once again for your time. 이어서 까밀로 우리베,
His Excellency Camilo Uribe, the president of Hydrogen Colombia.
Camilo Uribe also joining us today. Thank you. 이어서 노엘 진, 싱가포르
His
슈퍼
Excellency Noel Chin, the president of HFCAS.
Excellency Noel Chin also joining us today. Thank you. 이어서 코너 돌란, 미국
His Excellency Conor Dolan, the vice president of FCHEA.
Conor Dolan also joining us. Thank you. 이어서 소개드리겠습니다. 리카르도 로드리게스,
His Excellency Ricardo Rodriguez, the president of FCHEA.
Please welcome His Excellency Ricardo Rodriguez. Thank you. 네, 그리고 유럽, 캐나다, 호주,
We have other representatives from the hydrogen associations of countries including Europe, Canada, Australia, France, Australia, and Germany as well, who are here with us online. And I would like to introduce our distinguished VIPs from each country who are here with us to congratulate the official launch of GIA. Please welcome them. First, His Excellency Park Il-jun, the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy of Korea. His Excellency Alfredo Carlos Basco, the Ambassador from the Argentina Embassy in Korea. And we have many other distinguished guests representing their own countries from the UK, Denmark, Sweden, Chile, Argentina, Singapore. We have about 20 ambassadors and officials from the various embassies in Korea. We also have representatives of private sector, Lotte Chemical, SK Gas, Hyundai Motors, Hyosung, and Korong. So those companies' executives are also here with us. I wish I could call all the names of the people who are here with us, but due to time constraint, I couldn't do so. But let me extend my sincere gratitude again to all the participants in this event who are being here with us online and offline. First of all, let me invite Mr. Moon Jae-do, Chairman of H2 Korea, for welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honorable Vice Minister Il-jun Park, ambassadors, chairmen, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my dearest welcome to all the distinguished domestic and international guests who attended the 2022 GIA Forum today. Until recently, hydrogen has been used only for limited purposes such as military use and spacecraft. However, the use of hydrogen has gradually increased and is now set to become a common energy source, ready to permeate our daily lives. Many countries are rushing to announce strategies for realizing the hydrogen economy in the future, and hydrogen is emerging as a key energy source to achieve carbon neutrality. It is obvious that carbon neutrality cannot be achieved without the realization of the hydrogen economy. The World Hydrogen Council predicted that hydrogen will be traded as an energy commodity in the global market after 2030. As a result, the hydrogen market is expected to exceed the natural gas, accounting for more than 15% of global energy consumption by 2050. Similarly, Goldman Sachs forecasts the global hydrogen market to exceed $12 trillion per year. As hydrogen technology becomes more and more commercialized in the future, the hydrogen economy will go beyond a certain area and be the driving force to integrate the world into one in the near future. As such, hydrogen can be a new growth engine for mankind to overcome the climate crisis and create new jobs. However, there are still many challenges ahead of us. Many tasks must be addressed, such as technology development, expansion of infrastructure, and the establishment of hydrogen supply chains, as well as public awareness improvement, including hydrogen safety. Ladies and gentlemen, and the honorable guests, now I expect a great hope for the hydrogen economy this year as we witness various actions being carried out to overcome the challenges that I mentioned earlier. Global energy companies are already expanding their investments in the hydrogen sector and are actively engaged in mergers and acquisitions targeting small and medium companies with core technologies. Construction of gigawatt green hydrogen production facilities using renewable electricity will take place in several regions. The pilot project for blending hydrogen with city gas has begun in Europe and Australia. Hydrogen is expanding its use to various types of mobility devices, including hydrogen fuel cell cars. Hyundai Motor and Toyota already have commercialized the hydrogen passenger cars, and the future of hydrogen vehicles is especially bright in commercial vehicles such as buses and trucks. For example, Walmart in the United States adopted the hydrogen-fueled forklifts in warehouses. In the future, it is clear that hydrogen will be used as a fuel for railways, vessels, and aviations. Many countries have designated special clusters and begun pilot projects aimed at commercializing various hydrogen technologies. Recently, a Swedish steelmaking company, the Saab, was reported to have successfully completed the hydrogen-based carbon-free steelmaking process. In many how to abate carbon dioxide sectors, successful attempts are being made to turn the seemingly impossible into reality by utilizing hydrogen. However, there are still many legal and institutional challenges on the path to the global hydrogen economy. For example, the certification system for clean hydrogen needs to be harmonized worldwide to trigger the investment in clean hydrogen production and promote clean hydrogen trade on a global scale. Likewise, if there is a global consensus on the technical standards for hydrogen utilization, more predictability in hydrogen development would lead to the industry achieving the economies of scale faster than expected. Unfortunately, the reality is that hydrogen certification system varies from country to country. The pressure standards of containers used in hydrogen vehicles are different, and even the safety standards for refueling stations have not yet been harmonized. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stress enough the importance of cooperation to seize the numerous opportunities ahead of us in order to realize the global hydrogen economy. So, today we have decided on the slogan of the inaugural meeting as collaborations and opportunities. Despite COVID-19 situation, we can realize how important the cooperation is just by looking at the active engagement of the 80 members around the world in the launch of GIA. In this regard, I would like to strongly suggest that GIA moves forward with the following. The first, I look forward to GIA as a platform for joint technology development and investment opportunities to foster the hydrogen industry. Second, I hope that we work together to harmonize the standards and technical regulations, including hydrogen certification systems, in order to accelerate the realization of the global hydrogen economy and achieve economies of scale. Thirdly, there are many other associations which would like to engage in GIA, as well as our 18 members. They all pursue the development of the hydrogen industry with their competitive advantage in the hydrogen economy. In this process, there can be many cases of success and failure. I hope we could gather more often and create opportunities to share experience and best practices globally. Last but not least, as the hydrogen economy progresses, there is a growing need for a joint and comprehensive channel to deliver the voice of people in hydrogen sector at the various international forums. I strongly suggest that the GIA acts as a bridge between intergovernmental organizations and private hydrogen-related enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, and honorable guests, transition to the hydrogen society does not happen overnight. Needless to say, it is certain that it cannot be achieved through the effort of one company, one country alone. As we embark on our long journey for the hydrogen economy, I reflect on the famous quote, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. There are so many challenges that GIA is facing today. However, if we step up our efforts and gear up for facing them, we will surely be able to overcome all the hurdles in front of us. Thank you very much.
네,
해명 말씀
Thank you very much for the welcoming remarks.
수도 마실 실현을 위한 협력과
In order to realize global hydrogen economy, it is important to make cooperation with each other. He also mentioned the future direction of GIA. And as he mentioned, the GIA forum that we're having today will provide us with the common opportunities and chances for joint cooperation. Thank you very much for your welcoming remarks. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Park Il-jun, the Vice Minister of Industry, Trade and Energy, for congratulatory remarks. I am Park Il-jun, the Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the successful launch of GIA. I would like to extend my gratitude to H2 Korea Chairman Chae Do-moon, as well as representatives and staff members from global hydrogen associations for your efforts for this forum. My thanks also goes to ambassadors and corporate leaders who have shown much interest in the hydrogen economy. As you know, we are now living in the era of energy transition. It is important to achieve carbon neutrality, and the energy crisis brought about by Russia's invasion of Ukraine serves to underscore the significance of energy security. Although countries are focusing on stable supply of fossil fuels in the short term, it will be much more important to ensure a stable supply of renewable energy and hydrogen alongside the global energy transition. Renewables and hydrogen that can be produced using wind and solar energy will emerge as a means for achieving energy self-sufficiency, and they will be the game changer. And the Korean government recognizes the vast importance of hydrogen economy and established various policies like hydrogen law in 2020 and hydrogen economy implementation plan in 2021. To this end, we will develop a balanced ecosystem for the entire life cycle of hydrogen production, distribution, and utilization. First, to spur the production of hydrogen, we will diversify clean hydrogen energy sources to encompass solar, PV, wind, and nuclear energy. And for distribution of hydrogen, we will develop hydrogen and ammonia fueled carriers as well as terminals and storage facilities to ensure a stable supply of hydrogen. We will also make efforts to establish internationally consistent standards for clean hydrogen. When it comes to utilization of hydrogen, we will expand the number of hydrogen refueling stations through convergence with existing gas and LPG stations. We will also introduce hydrogen fueled turbines as well as ammonia power generation. As you know, hydrogen enables the delivery of clean energy around the world, and it is very important to achieve government to government cooperation as well as business to business cooperation beyond borders. In this regard, I believe that the representatives of hydrogen associations will have an important role to play as communication channels for companies across the globe. There are many issues we need to resolve in the area of hydrogen. I hope we could reach solutions to those problems through the forum today. Climate crisis represents an existential threat for all humanity, and hydrogen is the key to overcoming the crisis. I hope that the global collaboration will be strengthened through this forum.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 다들
Thank you.
수사 잘
Thank you
들어봤습니다.
for the congratulatory remarks.
달성을 위해서
In order to
수소
achieve
에너지를
carbon
쓰고
neutrality,
수소 가스를
hydrogen
통해서
is the
오늘
key energy
플라스틱
source, and in order to achieve a hydrogen
연료를
economy, we need collaboration among the members of GIA who are here today. And also, he promised the government level efforts for this hydrogen economy.
국제 민간 협의체인 글로벌 수
And we would like to start the official ceremony of inauguration of GIA.
So please come forward to the stage, and the direction is from left to right. So please come to the stage, and we'll present you the plaque of appreciation.
the stage to your left side. Please come up to the stage. We like to have the ceremony together with our representative. 네, 전 세계 기후 위기로 인한 글로벌 수소 경제 이행이
So I believe that many countries are now promoting the use of the hydrogen energy for different circles and industries. And today we are launching the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance, GIA, today. And in order to celebrate this launch, we have many VIPs here.
기념패를 받아서
We will present the plaques of appreciation.
당시 소개를 좀 드리겠습니다. 오늘 함께해 주시는 18개 국가의
So from 18 countries, we have members who are participating in this GIA.
유럽의 하이드로젠 유럽,
So I'd like to introduce you the 18 countries.
호주의
So we have VIPs from Europe, US, Canada, Australia, France, Norway, UK, Spain, the Netherlands, Chile, and China, Singapore, Colombia, and Argentina, Denmark, Sweden, and Germany.
덴마크의 수도협회, 스웨덴의 수도협회, 마지막으로 독일 수도 연례전투협회 이상 18개국과
So we have 18 participating countries here, and we have already given the flags of appreciation. And please face the cameras in front of you, and we will take a group photo together.
함께 진행하며 선포하면 큰 박수로
And please give them a big round of applause.
글로벌 수소산업연합회 공식 출범하였음을 선포합니다.
I'd like to declare the official launching of the GIA. Congratulations, and please give them a big round of applause. We are taking group photos together. So GIA will promote the global cooperation, collaboration, and will find new opportunities in the field of hydrogen energy. Thank you very much.
자리에 앉아 계신 내빈 여러분들
And now we'd like to invite other VIPs to the stage so that we can take another group photo together.
오늘 이 자리에 함께하지 못하셨지만
And then on the screen, you can see the members who are participating in this forum via online. And let's take another group photo together. And please give them another big round of applause.
네, 이어서는 내빈분들 저희가 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
And again, I'd like to invite other VIPs, especially Vice Minister, to the stage so that we can take a photo once again.
In order to take a photograph together, please come up to the stage. 네, 앞쪽에 앉아 계신 내빈 분들 저희가 무대 위로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 1열에 앉아 계신 분들 대부분
So the VIPs who are now sitting in the first row, please come to the stage so that we can take a photo together.
분들께서 함께 해주신기 때문에 저희가 첫 번째 줄부터
So as we have many VIPs here, we will take a photo first with those who are seated in the first row.
계단 아래에서 측정을 서 주셔도 좋을 것
And then
같습니다.
I think we can make double lines so that we can fit in a single frame.
회장님들께서는요 앞쪽으로
The
첫
presidents,
번째 계단에 서 주셔야
please
합니다.
stand on the first step so that we can all take a photo together.
네, 저희 회장님, 차관님 그리고 회장단 여러분들을 저희가 첫 번째 줄 계단 아래쪽으로 모시겠습니다.
representatives from each countries, our members, please come to the first row to take a photo together. Representatives of members, please come to the first row. 네, 모두 도열을 하셨습니다. 자, 여러분 지금부터 기념사진 촬영할 텐데요. 큰 박수로 다시 한번 축하해 주시면
Please give them another big round of applause.
a photo. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And for the second photo shoot, we would like to make a picture of cheer up. Cheer up. Yes. So 1, 2, 3, and I will say 화이팅. That's cheer up in Korean. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us with this pose. 자, 여러분 하나, 둘, 셋 하면 화이팅 크게 외치겠습니다. 함께 해주십시오. 하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅! 네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give them a big round of applause.
Please go back to your seats. Thank you. 네, 내빈 여러분들 기념사진 촬영에 수고를
So thank you very much for your participation in the group photos, and I'd like to once again thank you, and especially the participants who have come to Korea for participating in this forum. Thank you very much for being with us at the occasion of launching the GIA. Thank you very much. So that was the official launch of the GIA, and I'd like to have your high expectation and support for the activities of GIA. And Now we will begin the General Assembly of the first GIA, as well as the networking among participants. So this is a private session that should be participated by the representatives of the 18 GIA members, and other participants can just enjoy networking time until 12. So the representatives of the GIA members, please come to the 6th floor.
Way to the 6th floor. Once again, representatives of our members, please make your way to the 6th floor. We would like to have a meeting at the 6th floor, so please make your way. 네, 대표단 분들 저희가 6층 숨룸으로 모시도록 하겠고요. 내빈 여러분께서는 이곳에서 자유롭게 네트워킹 하시고요. 뜻깊은 시간 보내시면 되겠습니다. 그럼 저는 잠시 후에 다시 인사드리겠습니다. 또 참고로 현장에서는요. 11시 30분부터 오찬이 진행이 될 예정입니다. 오찬
So we will start the luncheon in this room from 12 until 1:30. So please be seated so that we can serve you with the lunch. We'll see you again. Thank you very much.
So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. You've been fussing how we never touch, but who can bother with this kind of fussing when we've been walking this blind? Frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? Truthful this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. Prescription drug. Listen, when we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? Truthful this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. Prescription drug.
I'm lost in the night, looking through my life. Night is away, darkest before day. When you arrived, came alongside, take me away, lead me astray. I persuaded myself that I wasn't so lonely. Fading out, try to retain it, but when you get here, it's suddenly wasted. Oh, baby.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 네트워킹 하시고 자유롭게 이야기 나누고 계시죠? 저희 11시 30분부터 자리에 착석을 해주시면 런치를 전달해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 착석을 해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 자유롭게 이야기를 나누셔도 되고요. 식사를 시작하실 분들께서는 각자 계신 자리에 착석해 주십시오. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our lunch will be served to your seats from 11:30. So please be seated. Once again, if you want to get your lunch to your seat, please take your seat at 11:30. Thank you.
Could be something I said, could be something I did this time. Maybe it's you instead.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 11시 반부터 점심 식사하실 분들께서는 좌석에 앉아주시면 저희가 앉아 계신 자리로 음식을 제공을 해드리겠습니다. 네, 혹시 식사 함께 하실 분들께서는요, 착석을 해주시면 되겠습니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated if you want to have your lunch to your seats. So please take your seats. Thank you.
We were covering the light, but you know we'll have to fight for the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. Gravity's in motion, holding tight, just take me for a ride. Shouldn't be this open. Come on now, just swallow your pride. Let love it swell so wrapped up in your touch. Be sure, don't show the world. Feeling so warm, I know it's cold outside, but here we're hiding now. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. perfect time. Oh. Whenever it smells so right, baby, your touch is sure don't show woman. Feeling so warm, I know it's cold outside. We're hot tonight, giving into this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect time. Giving into this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect time. Stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiveness. Love it hard, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiving. Come find the thing you've been looking for. What you're looking for is here. Let it hide. Stand fast, stand tall, and deliver.
is here. Steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiveness. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiving. Come find the thing you've been looking for. What you're looking for is here. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiveness. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiving. Come find the thing you've been looking for. What you're looking for is here.
So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. You've been fussing how we never touch, but who can bother with this kind of fussing when we've been walking this blind? Frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? Trouble this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. Prescription drug. Listen, when we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? Truthful this time, all on the line. Try trading me places, what would you find? When we've been walking this blind, frustrated, outdated, what's on your mind? So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription drug. So what you're saying is it's not enough. Just write it off like a prescription
I persuaded myself that I wasn't so lonely. Late now, try to retain it, but when you get here, it's suddenly wasted. Oh, baby. I'm lost in the night. My life, late is the rain. I kiss before day. I'm lost in the night. My life, late is the rain. I kiss before day. I'm lost in the night. I'm lost in the night. My life. I'm lost in the night. Kiss before
Could be something I said, could be something I did this time. Maybe it's you instead. You just blew out my mind. We were covering the light, but you know we'll have to fight for the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. We were covering the light, but you know we'll have to fight for the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin. For the night of our sin and our lives to begin.
Gravity's in motion, holding tight, just take me for a ride. Shouldn't be this open. Come on now, just swallow your pride. Let have it swell, so wrapped up in your touch. Be sure, don't show no man. Feeling so warm, I know it's cold outside, but here we're hiding now. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type. Giving it to this crush of mine. Feeling like you're my perfect type.
What you're looking for is here. Steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiveness. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiving. Come find the thing you've been looking for. What you're looking for is here. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiveness. Lay high, steadfast, stand tall and deliver. Find peace and forgiving. Come find the thing you've been looking for. What you're looking for is here.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 10분 뒤에 저희 1시 반부터 오후 세션, 발표 세션 시작하겠습니다. 식사를 마치신 분들께서는요, 화장실 잠시 다녀오셔도 좋고요. 잠시 휴식 취하시고 10분 뒤에 착석을 해주시면 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? We would like to begin the presentation session from 1:30 p.m. in 10 minutes. So please use the restroom and please be seated in 10 minutes. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 저희 첫 번째 오후 세션 시작할 시간이 다가왔습니다. 행사장 안쪽으로 입장을 해주시고요. 착석을 해주시면 바로 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. Your Excellencies, honorable participants, we will begin the International Hydrogen Industry session from now on, so please be seated. And as we did before at the morning session, we'd like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service during the session, both in Korean and in English. So please select your language of choice with the receiver on your table. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 네, 여러분 지금부터는 저희 오후 발표 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 오전에 발족식에 했던 것처럼 통역 서비스 필요하신 분들 수신기 채널 1번은 국문으로 청취하실 수 있고요. 2번은 영문으로 청취하실 수가 있겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 기관별 발표 일부를 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 점심 식사 맛있게 하셨나요? 네, I hope you had a great lunch time. So now, without further ado, let us begin the International Hydrogen Industry Session 1. So at this session, we will have members' presentations from Korea, Europe, Australia, Canada, and the UK respectively. And we will have 5-minute long presentations from each countries. And some of the presentations will be delivered here at the site, and some of our presentations will be delivered remotely through a video message. 네, 여러분 1부에서는요, 기관별 발표가 준비가 되어 있는데요. 한국, 유럽, 호주, 캐나다, 영국 수소 및 연료전지 협회의 발표가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 발표는 기관당 5분이 할당이 되어 있고요. 또 주제는 국가 수소 산업 동향 또는 정책 등과 관련된 자유 주제로 구성을 해 보았습니다. 또 코로나 상황으로 인해서 현장에 함께하지 못하시는 기관에서는요, 영상으로 발표를 보내주셨습니다. 또 뜻깊은 메시지 함께 보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 각 국가의 사례 발표와 발표를 듣기 전에 H2코리아 문제도 회장님의 발표부터 만나보시죠. So first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chairman 제도문 of H2Korea for his presentation. So please welcome him with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Good afternoon. I am Jae Do-moon, the chairman of H2Korea. I feel a great sense of responsibility for being the chair of the JIA, which was launched this morning. Thank you once again to the distinguished guests and at home and abroad for attending the JIA forum. I look forward to your continued interest and support for the development of JIA. From now on, I will present to the current state and implementation strategy of Korea's hydrogen economy. First, let me tell you about the current state of the hydrogen economy in Korea. Korea is pushing for the transition to the hydrogen economy for carbon neutrality in 2050 and is creating a hydrogen ecosystem to revitalize the hydrogen industry. Currently, about 22,000 hydrogen cars are supplied and operated in Korea, with 132 buses and 20 taxis in operation. In addition, 160 hydrogen refueling stations have been built and operated across the country, and about 250 stations are expected to open by this year. Fuel cell power generation is operated at 53 sites in Korea, and about 790 megawatts of power is produced. The following is the current status of the hydrogen industry being promoted by local governments in each region of Korea. As you can see here, Korea is promoting hydrogen industry-specific projects such as hydrogen-related cities, hydrogen production clusters, R&D specialized cities, and hydrogen mobility clusters. There will be more businesses in the future, and a visible hydrogen society will unfold by 2030. To this end, Korea is preparing to expand its hydrogen ecosystem. The development of hydrogen cars is planning to expand to various mobility. It is also promoting mixed power generation of hydrogen and ammonia in carbon-free electricity production. In order to reduce industrial carbon fuel, we are developing and expanding hydrogen fuel use methods in steel, cement, and petroleum processes. In addition, it is promoting the establishment of an overseas supply chain of hydrogen required for the sustainable growth of the hydrogen industry. To that end, we plan to expand our hydrogen infrastructure. Korea has developed a strategy for developing hydrogen mobility. It plans to expand its application to mobile mobility such as trucks, trams, and ships, not limited to passenger cars and commercial vehicles. To this end, it will focus on improving the performance and securing economic feasibility of hydrogen mobility fuel cell systems to the extent possible. We will expand the hydrogen supply chain to move towards the hydrogen economy. To this end, it plans to expand the supply of hydrogen through demonstrations of hydrogen incorporation using natural gas pipelines nationwide. In addition, it plans to increase hydrogen refueling stations along with the expansion of supply of hydrogen vehicles. Korea plans to reduce carbon fuel use across all industries with the goal of carbon neutrality. To this end, it plans to expand the use of clean hydrogen energy as fuel for hydrogen power generation and industrial, such as steel, petrochemical, and cement processes. As mentioned earlier, Korea is actively promoting to establish a network to introduce clean hydrogen from overseas in the mid to long term. Korea is expecting to establish 40 stable overseas hydrogen supply chains by 2050, encompassing both blue and green and hydrogen, whatever clean hydrogen in various. A hydrogen port construction plan is also being prepared for this. The number of hydrogen ports will increase from 2 by 2028 to 9 by 2040. In addition, hydrogen production and infrastructure construction in hydrogen import ports will be promoted as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you, Chairman Moon. So he shared his words on current status of Korean hydrogen economy with detailed cases and numbers. Thank you very much. 네, 문제도 회장님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 이어서는 유럽으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 하이드로젠 유럽 요르고 차치마르카키스 대표의 발표 영상이 준비되어 있는데요. So ladies and gentlemen, next, please gather your attention to the screen to have a presentation by Mr. Yorgo Chachimarkakis, CEO of Hydrogen Europe. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Yorgos Chatzimarkakis, I'm the CEO of Hydrogen Europe that you see here, and we are happy to have you and us working together in the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance. I think, and we all think, that this is an excellent initiative that is urgently needed in these times where basically hydrogen becomes the new growth engine. You can clearly say that on a global level. It's the time where we need to collaborate in order to find new opportunities. Basically, This is why we are so happy to work with you together with the other 17 members. And I think this amount will still be growing. Happy to team up with other national and bigger regional association. And my congratulations go especially to Jedo Moon, the chair of the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance, and at the same time, my colleague as the chairman of Hydrogen Korea. And I'm happy to see you later in June in Brussels and appreciate very much that you are traveling around and trying to connect the dots, the global dots on hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, you see here our slogan, which says, we want, as Hydrogen Europe, propel the global carbon neutrality by accelerating the European hydrogen industry. So that's how we see it. We believe that we have to do our job here on the European scale in order to contribute to a global goal. The global goal has been enshrined in the Paris Agreement, and it's crystal clear that we can decarbonize our economies without deindustrializing, because this is of utmost importance, and especially Korea, but also we as Europeans, we don't want to see industry go down. We just want to go near net zero, industry to have net zero emissions. And that is where hydrogen is the most important enabler. And in this context, it's good that we are going step by step on the European level. We have just seen the announcement and the publication of a big program called Repower EU that has been launched shortly after the invasion into Ukraine and after the war that is basically in the midst of Europe now, and urges the Europeans to replace especially the imports of Russian gas. And in this context, the European Commission, together with the member states, has proposed the production of renewably produced hydrogen up to 20 million tons in 2030. That's quite a big amount, especially if you see that we need an electrolyzer capacity of around 300 gigawatt for that. At the moment, globally, we have only 3. So to accelerate and to scale up this process by a factor of 100 within 8 years is quite a challenge. And this is where we absolutely need the cooperation, the collaboration with other partners, with partners on a global scale, because as Europeans, we are sure that at least half of this 20 million tons will be imported. In this respect, we need joint technology development. We need investment opportunities, and very fast. We need to harmonize standards and technical regulations, especially with regards to certification schemes. And basically, we also are pressured in time, so we need to share experiences and best practices globally. We can learn from each other. And this is why this transition to the hydrogen society that we see at the moment, it cannot be achieved through the effort of one company, one country alone. This is quoting Jedo Moon, and this is exactly how we see it. This is why we welcome, again, this initiative, and we are absolutely ready to work with you guys together on a global scale. And again, thanks for the initiative.
Thank you very much for meaningful words, and thank you for sending us your congratulations on the launching of GIA. Thank you once again. 네, 이어서요 들어보실 발표는 미국에서 준비를 해주셨는데요. 다음은 미국 연료전지 및 수소에너지협회 코노돌란 부대표님의 발표가 있겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Vice President Connor Dolan of FCHEA US. Please welcome him.
Wow. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here, and we are very honored to have this opportunity to join with these other international associations to move this industry forward. I just want to thank Chairman Moon and H2 Korea for hosting us and for putting this together. It's been a very much a pleasure to be here today. I'm Connor Dolan, the Vice President of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Energy Association, going to talk about the state of the hydrogen policy industry trends in the United States. We are the National Association for the U.S. hydrogen industry, with our roots dating back 30 years, with 80 member companies across hydrogen production, distribution, and end use. First, want to start by talking about our roadmaps that define our options. In the United States, we started 2 years ago with the publication of the Roadmap to U.S. Hydrogen Economy, which laid out a 10-year plan for how we see the hydrogen economy developing in the United States and what policies were needed to get us there. This was defined by our industry leaders within FCHEA and was focused on how we can get these policy conversations going. It came out with 3 ultimate end goals that we defined that what was needed to maintain a hydrogen economy in the United States. It started with setting dependable technology-neutral decarbonization goals as our North Star, followed by activities to kickstart markets with incentives and support, and finally making systemic changes to pave the way for a hydrogen economy. There we go. So with this roadmap, it also defined how we see this economy growing, starting with a number of industries that were already mature. Forklifts, as was discussed by Chairman Moon this morning, with Plug Power, with a number of Amazon and Walmart deployments. Distributed power generation, we have 550 megawatts of fuel cells deployed today across a variety of microgrid markets and distributed operations. And we have early into applications in development with vehicles. We have 14,000 light-duty fuel cell vehicles in operation in California, 54 hydrogen stations, about 70 hydrogen buses in operation, and a dozen fuel cell vehicles on the trucking side. We are also in early development of emerging applications of hydrogen for blending and high-grade heat opportunities. By the end of the decade, we see a number of these becoming mature, and by 2050, all of them becoming mature. As we see this technology advancing, we believe that ultimately the United States is going to see 14% of its energy demand coming from hydrogen across a variety of applications. You can see how this develops over time with this. However, to get there, we do need to have ambitious policy actions that are needed to see that into fruition. So there has been a number of actions following our publication of the roadmap. We were very active in discussing with the United States Department of Energy, the Biden administration, and others on Capitol Hill to advance this industry. Last year, we saw the launch of the Hydrogen Shot by the Department of Energy, which set a goal of developing clean hydrogen production at $1 a kilogram in 1 decade. So that is this very significant development that would require an 80% reduction in the cost of clean hydrogen development. Following that, in November of last year, we were able to get a significant $9.5 billion devoted for clean hydrogen programs in the United States from the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This included $8 billion for development of regional hydrogen hubs across the country, which are now going to be about 6 to 10 hubs, funded at about $500 million to $1 billion apiece for these hubs and cost shared with industry. This is going to be very significant in launching this industry forward and advancing progress tremendously. In addition, there's $1 billion for clean hydrogen electrolysis to advance green hydrogen production specifically, and $500 million for clean hydrogen manufacturing and recycling. Altogether, this is going to significantly advance the U.S. hydrogen industry and ensure technology leadership, and as well as advance decarbonization in the United States. In addition, there's the development of a national clean hydrogen roadmap and strategy that is underway by the Department of Energy currently. And this is going to be fed into by what was the industry roadmap that was launched in 2010, the Roadmap to U.S. Hydrogen Economy. This is going to be published sometime in the next couple months, and we are very excited to see the development and updates to this roadmap. Finally, I just want to talk about some of our policy priorities and actions for 2022. We're currently in the middle of a number of conversations for a tremendous clean energy tax package in the United States that would not just include hydrogen, but a range of clean energy actions that would advance efforts to mitigate climate change and advance decarbonization in the United States. Of key importance to the hydrogen industry is the development and implementation of a clean hydrogen production tax credit. If passed, this would provide up to $3 a kilogram for the cleanest hydrogen to be produced in the United States, which would be tremendous in enhancing investment and deployment in this technology. So we are very excited for the future of hydrogen. We are very excited for the GIA launch and to be part of this international collaboration. It is incredibly important to the United States to build partnerships abroad and work together as an industry so that we can all see progress together. So with that, again, thank you very much for H2 Korea and helping launch GIA, and very excited for this continued conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dollar, for joining us here at the site, and thank you for your presentation on the U.S. hydrogen policy and industry. 네, 이렇게 미국에서 준비해 주신 발표까지 잘 들어보았습니다. 다음은 호주 수소위원회에서 준비를 해주셨는데요. 다음은 조 크램저 국장님의 발표가 있겠습니다. 영상으로 만나보실 텐데요. So, ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to Mr. Joe Cramser, head of AHC, on the Australian hydrogen production potential and industry direction. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our attention to the screen. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
The Australian Hydrogen Council is proud to be the peak body representing organisations who see a bright future for the clean hydrogen industry in Australia. We recently gained our 100th member, which shows the appetite of the Australian business community to embrace hydrogen as a part of our energy future. We are equally proud to be recognised by the Australian Government in its National Hydrogen Strategy as having a key role in ensuring that the industry develops and, importantly, working with the broader community to understand how the move to a hydrogen economy will impact their lives, their jobs, future opportunities, the way they travel, and most importantly, how hydrogen will contribute to achieving Australia's net zero ambitions. When the National Hydrogen Strategy was released in 2019, it was against a fairly blank backdrop, with little committed expenditure on hydrogen production. Even then, however, Australia announced a target to be a top 3 exporter of hydrogen in the world, with a particular focus on the Asia-Pacific region. Since this time, state and federal governments and a range of private enterprises have committed significant funding to achieving this goal. A number of public transport operators have announced plans to decarbonise their fleets using hydrogen, with gas blending trials up and running in a number of locations. And the federal government recently awarded nearly $500 million to establish a number of hydrogen hubs with a view to export from these locations. There is still, however, a long way to go. Australia has vast renewable energy resources, and we understand that the world is looking to us to be a leader in hydrogen development. We're excited to take on this challenge. However, we'll need to work with our neighbours in the region and around the world to ensure that these aspirations can become a reality. While I'm talking to you here about the need for cooperation, the CEO of the Australian Hydrogen Council, Dr. Fiona Simon, is delivering a similar message to our European trading partners in Rotterdam. We want to supply large quantities of hydrogen to the world, but we need to work together to achieve it. Australia wants to know exactly what the world is looking for. Finalising a broadly accepted framework for hydrogen certification is a key step, and I'm pleased to say that Australia is working closely with the International Partnership on Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy to progress this. But more immediate and fundamental measures are also required. We need to better understand how governments and businesses will talk to each other about how they are prepared to share risk in developing hydrogen production and demand. For that matter, we need to ensure that we bring all the different parties to the table to have that discussion. The investors, the technology suppliers, foreign governments, engineering, procurement and construction firms, landowners, everyone who will play a part in managing the transition to a hydrogen economy and making it a reality. We need to look at how nations need to engage bilaterally to unpack perspectives on risk and uncertainty. Most of all, we need to have open discussions about our mutual long-term ambitions and what we need to do to lock down the next step, the next week, the next month, and the next year in order to achieve those ambitions. If we have to accept that even necessary, major changes happen in increments, what are the next handful of incremental things that you need to see in order to act, to invest, or to provide certainty of offtake so that Australian hydrogen producers can in turn have certainty to proceed with their plans? Should we, and how can we, speed these things up by working together?
네,
I
큰
look
박수.
forward to working with you all to help achieve the aspirations set out in Australia's hydrogen strategy so that we can in turn assist in helping to achieve yours. Thank you.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 조 크램저 국장님의 발표 잘 들었습니다. So we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Kremser for sending us a very meaningful remarks. Thank you once again. 네, 다음은 캐나다의 발표 만나보시죠. 다음은 캐나다 수소 및 연료전지 협회 마크 커비 고문의 발표가 있을 텐데요. 현장엔 함께하지 못하셨습니다. 영상으로 보내주셨습니다. Next, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming President and CEO Mark Kirby of CHFCA. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Honored delegates, my name is Mark Kirby, and it is with great pleasure that I speak to you today from Canada about the enormous opportunity that hydrogen energy represents for Canada and for the world. As past president, and on behalf of our new president and CEO, Ms. Yvette Vera Perez, I would like to affirm the strong support of the Canadian Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association, our provincial affiliates, and our over 160 members for the Global Hydrogen Industrial Association Alliance. Hydrogen energy is critical, a keystone in achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. But we can only get there, successfully commercialize hydrogen energy for mobility, industrial processing, heating and power storage, by collaborating internationally. Success will come through international partnerships, sharing of best practices, developing international supply chains, and by collaborating to develop and demonstrate winning products and technology. I'm very disappointed that I cannot be there with you in person, but that is because of how active hydrogen is in Canada. I'm currently in Edmonton, Alberta, at the FCEL Canada event. This is the second major international hydrogen energy conference to take place in Edmonton this spring. And why is that? Well, Edmonton is located within Treaty 6 territory within the Métis homelands and is the traditional territories of many First Nations, such as the Cree, Dene, Sioux, Stoney, Anishinaabe, and Blackfoot. And over the past 100 years, they have witnessed their homelands transformed into a global center for fossil fuel energy production, application, and export. And unfortunately, along with that has come large and increasing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, to address this, over the past decade, more than $1.5 billion has been invested to develop the Edmonton Hydrogen Hub. In other words, to cluster hydrogen applications around cost-effective supply of low carbon intensity hydrogen. And this has been done with the support and the growing engagement of First Nations who want to ensure a just and equitable transformation to clean energy, and it is attracting a lot of attention. Already, over 100,000 tons per year of low carbon intensity hydrogen is produced in Edmonton area, and projects have been announced to grow that to more than 1 million tons per year over the next few years. And this clean hydrogen is transforming industrial processing and the production of refined petroleum products and chemicals, but is also attracting investment in new hydrogen energy applications, in heating, mobility, and power generation, which is helping to transition us off the use of CO2 emitting fossil fuels. The success of the Edmonton Hydrogen Hub is being emulated across the country at steel and chemical processing centers such as Sarnia, Hamilton, and Varennes, at ports in Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver, and at transportation hubs in Calgary, Toronto, Winnipeg, and more. Even remote mining communities are testing the approach. Municipalities, universities, and First Nations are engaging, recognizing that the establishment of hydrogen hubs attracts investment, spurs new technology and startups, creates jobs, and leads to meaningful GHG reductions. And further, these hubs are being linked together to form hydrogen corridors, enabling long-distance trucking, rail, marine, aviation with hydrogen-fueled vehicles. And these hubs are stimulating low-carbon hydrogen production from a range of energy sources: electrolysis using Canada's clean renewable power, high-temperature electrolysis with nuclear power, pyrolysis of natural gas, gasification of biomass, and reformation of fossil fuels, coupled with carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The hubs are hosting demonstrations and deployments of light-duty vehicles, trucks, rail, marine, and aviation, plus natural gas blending projects at cities across the country. The development of hubs is supported by Canada's world-leading hydrogen and fuel cell sector, which offers leading electrolyzer technology, PEM fuel cell products, and electric vehicles, carbon capture, storage, and utilization technology, plus the research, engineering, and project management expertise developed over the more than 100 years that Canada has led in commercializing electrochemistry and fuel cells. This would not be possible without federal and provincial government action, key policy, and multi-billion funding programs that support the early deployment of hydrogen production, distribution, and applications. Now, of course, Canada is not alone in this. Hubs and corridors are developing across the globe in Europe, Asia, and the Americas, many incorporating Canadian technology. And I urge you to support the development of hubs in your region. It's the best way to lower the risk and increase the benefits arising from investment in hydrogen. So what do we need to do to support all this activity? Well, speaking for Canada, we need your hydrogen and fuel cell products to deploy in our hubs. We need investment. We need markets and suppliers for our hydrogen and fuel cell products and technology. We need international buyers for the clean products produced at the hubs, the minerals, the chemicals, and the hydrogen. And we need to share what we are doing and what we have learned through platforms such as the GHIAA. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Kirby for sending his words on Canadian hydrogen policy and the importance of global cooperation and collaboration in the hydrogen industry. Thank you once again. 네, 마크 커비 고문님의 발표까지 잘 들어보았습니다. 자, 이제 1부의 마지막 발표만을 앞두고 있습니다. 마지막 발표는 영국에서 준비를 해주셨는데요. 영국 수소 및 연료전지 협회 셀리아 그립스 대표 및 설립자님께서 현장에서 발표를 진행해 주시겠습니다. So let's welcome CEO and founder Celia Greaves of UK HFCA. So please welcome her. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
I'm delighted to be with you all here today and delighted to be part of the GIA. It's a fantastic initiative, really important. Global collaboration is going to be key to the success of this industry. So really, really pleased to be here with you and be part of this activity. So I want to spend my 5 minutes just updating you on some of the developments that we've seen recently within the UK. I'll just start by providing a bit of an update on our organisation. So we are the leading trade body in the UK for hydrogen and fuel cells. We have almost 100 members running right through the supply chain from hydrogen production through distribution, transport and storage into the full range of applications, whether they be fuel cells or other applications. And we provide a key focal point for national and international collaboration in the space, not least through our convening of the Hydrogen Coordination Forum, which brings together a growing number of associations and groupings within the UK who are interested in hydrogen and its prospects. So we bring those organisations to help them identify common messages and liaise more closely with government. Our mission is all around promoting our members, promoting the sector, both at home and internationally, and also making sure that we have the right policy frameworks in place so that hydrogen can realise its full potential. And that brings me on to the main focus of my presentation, which is where we are with hydrogen in the UK. So working closely with government over the past few years led last year to the publication of our hydrogen strategy, which put hydrogen front and centre of our journey to net zero, as well as also flagging up the key role it could play in clean growth and future industrial opportunities for us. Not least, a part of this vision for hydrogen laid out in the strategy and was an expectation that we could deliver up to 35% of our final energy consumption through hydrogen by 2050. So a very, very substantial change from where we are now, and government has been working with us since then to get some of the starting policies and foundations in place to make that happen. and I want to talk to you in a little bit of detail about those today. We've had a strong focus on hydrogen production so far, and as well as a number of commitments that government laid out in the strategy last year. We've also seen more detail coming forward just last month in April. Perhaps the most important of these was a doubling of our 2030 hydrogen production target, which previously sat at 5 gigawatts and has now been increased to 10 gigawatts. So a welcome increase there, with a commitment that at least half of that production will be from electrolytic hydrogen. We, within the UK HFCA, believe we need to go further and faster, but we will continue to work with government on that. And government has put in place a number of policies to get us on that way to meet that target. So one of these is a £240 million net zero hydrogen fund, which is providing capital support for hydrogen production projects. And then sitting alongside that, we have a hydrogen business model, which provides price and volume support for the operation of hydrogen projects, so that these two can come together to help de-risk the deployment of hydrogen production and supply facilities, and encourage industry to get investing to get these projects up and running to meet our needs. We've also set out our low carbon hydrogen standard, which will provide a gateway to access this government funding. So projects that can demonstrate that they can achieve a target of 20 grams of CO2 per megajoule of hydrogen production will be eligible for the funding that I've just described. So we're setting a boundary there so that we can ensure that our hydrogen production is low carbon. And we believe within the association that this is a good starting point. It gets us on the journey to net zero. There is scope to decrease that number further, but it will allow a number of projects to get up and running as we move forward. In terms of where we are with respect to demand for hydrogen, we've heard from many of the other speakers about the three key areas that many countries are focusing on: hydrogen for heat, industrial heating and process feedstock, and in particular heavy-duty transport. So on the heating front, we've got a number of trials underway within the UK looking at injection of both 20% hydrogen into the natural gas grid and full conversion of the gas grid to run on hydrogen for home heating in particular, with decisions to be made in the next few years on both of those options. We've got a number of projects going on in terms of industrial heating and process feedstocks. Mark Kirby just talked about clusters. We have two key clusters coming forward within the UK, which are very much focused on industrial decarbonisation. And as part of that, we have a £350 million fuel switching programme, which is allowing steel manufacturers, distilleries and so on to incorporate hydrogen into their processes and thus decarbonise. On the heavy-duty transport, we have activity across a range of different modes. We're home to the world's first hydrogen-fueled aircraft, and we have national-level studies looking at the role, in particular, of fuel cells and liquid hydrogen for aircraft. We've got a £300 million investment to establish the UK's first multimodal hydrogen hub. And more recently, government has announced £200 million low-carbon freight trial, which will include hydrogen as part of that. And we have one of the largest fleets of hydrogen buses in Europe in operation, as well as several train projects underway as well. So we have a number of activities across a range of different modes in transport. And of course, the UK is a world leader in the production of green or electrolytic hydrogen, home to ITM and its electrolyser gigafactory. We have a number of projects underway as well, and a number of international activities with a number of players active in those. So just to give you a flavour of that, this is a snapshot of projects in place in the UK at the moment. These are projects in the public domain, over 60 planned or in operation. The colours are probably obvious. The green projects are electrolytic and the blue projects are CCUS enabled. And the pie chart on the right shows the distribution of use cases for electrolytic hydrogen. So you can see a strong focus there, almost over 40% of that hydrogen being used for transport. So I hope that's given you a flavour of the level of commitment that we see within the UK, moving forward on many fronts, lots still to do. International collaboration is going to be absolutely key to that. Building company-to-company partnerships, collaborating on codes and standards, sharing best practice. So once again, I'm delighted that the UK HSCA is part of GEA. We see this as a really important mechanism to take this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cripps, for your presentation on UK hydrogen trends and plans to go carbon neutral. Thank you very much. 네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 셀리아 그립스 대표 및 설립자의 발표까지 잘 만나보셨고요. 이것으로 저희는 1부 세션 여기서 마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 지금부터는 잠시 휴식 시간을 취하시고 2부는 2시 35분에 25분 정도 쉬는 시간 가지시고 이곳으로 함께 해 주십시오. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our first session and our second session will begin at 2:35 at this venue. So please enjoy about 25 minutes long a break and come back to this hall. Thank you.
Get the idea.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 청중 여러분께서는 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해 두 번째 세션을 위해 모두 착석해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 곧이어 발표 세션 2부를 시작하겠습니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the session 2 shortly, so please be seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 지금부터 저희 2부 세션 시작을 하겠습니다. 모두 착석해 주시기 바라겠습니다. Without further ado, let us begin the second part of the International Hydrogen Industry session. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, please take your seats. 네, 여러분 지금부터 국제수소산업정책 포럼 발표 세션 2부 시작하겠습니다. 1부에서 했던 것처럼 2부에도 역시나 각국의 수소 정책 그리고 연료전지 협회의 발표가 5분 정도 되는 프레젠테이션이 진행이 될 텐데요. 2부에서 만나보신 나라는 네덜란드, 칠레, 중국, 싱가포르, 콜롬비아, 덴마크, 스웨덴, 그리고 독일입니다. 일부와 동일하게 주제는 국가별 산업 동향, 정책뿐 아니라 소소와 관련된 다양한 자유 주제로 준비를 해 주셨습니다. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this session, which will be the second part of the International Hydrogen Industry session, we will have presentations as we did before at the first part of the session from Netherlands, Chile, China, Singapore, Colombia, Denmark, Sweden, and last but not least, Germany. And some presentations will be delivered through Zoom or video message, and we of course do have our presenters here at this site as well. 네, 그럼 첫 번째 만나보실 나라 바로 소개드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표는 네덜란드에서 실시간으로 함께해 주실 텐데요. 네덜란드 수소 및 연료전지 협회 윌리엄 반 니커스 회장님의 발표가 있겠습니다. So please join me in welcoming Chairman of William Van Nikkes of NWBA, and he's actually joining us in real time through Zoom platform. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished guests, distinguished chairman. and honorable participants in this meeting. My name is William van Niekerk. I'm here on behalf of the Netherlands Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association, calling in from the Netherlands. Here it's morning, and I hope you have a good session so far and yet to come. I'm asked to deliver some notes on the hydrogen community in the Netherlands and as well as the value chain, and therefore I would like to share with you as good as possible some information, and let me share my screen for a moment. I'm asking the host if the screen is visible right now.
No, we cannot see your slides.
You cannot see my slide. I will try another time. And
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your slides. We can see your slides now.
Thank you. Good.
If you can, please make as a full screen.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I hope this is better. Can you see it now? No.
Yes, sir. But I think you can just make it bigger. You don't have to make it as a full screen.
Let's see if this works. For the moment, thank you, and bearing with me at the time. What I would like to tell you is that the Netherlands has a strong history in hydrogen. We are the second largest producer of hydrogen in the Netherlands, originating from a chemical industry point of view. And 20 years ago, the Netherlands Society was established with the aim of accelerating a sustainable economy, a sustainable society based on hydrogen and fuel cell technology. And as such, we now have some 50 members who are all very active in the value chain, some of the larger petrochemical companies, but also we see a great importance of both international collaboration with you, as well as with startup companies and other parties in the full value chain. Now, boosted with the European strategy to leverage the production capacity of green hydrogen, our Ministry of Economical and Climate Affairs has dedicated to even boost it further. And you may see in the second column that there's an ambition to generate 4 gigawatts of hydrogen production in the Netherlands by 2030. Already this ambition has been doubled to 8 gigawatts in 2030. And that will mean massive production of green electricity in offshore wind power. You may know that the Netherlands is close to the North Sea, and the North Sea being not so shallow is an ideal environment for offshore wind generation. And in the last weeks, there have been tremendous developments jointly with, amongst others, Denmark, Germany, as well as with the UK, to even invest 135 billion euros collectively in further boosting the renewable energy sector, especially with offshore wind power and hydrogen production. And as such, that will look into a massive network of pipelines in the Netherlands. The Netherlands has a strong history in gas transport in particular. So that will mean that also the transportation of hydrogen to neighboring countries will be crucial. We will be seeing also in the coming years in the Netherlands a massive investment in new technology, and that is because there are 30 regions in our country with some 17 million people, inhabitants of the country, and those 17 million citizens in 30 regions have collectively committed to a strategy for regional energy generation, as well as use from renewable sources for a total of 45 petajoule, and all those new energy influx and use need to be balanced. And there I see also a very important role for hydrogen storage next to battery storage and other ways of storage. And again, this will challenge international partners as well to jointly develop technology to do that in the most efficient way. Our country is very strategically located. It's located at the North Sea, as I said, with ports in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, and also with close connection to the Belgian and German value chains of hydrogen, and as such interlocked in the European system, where we now see the developments of new value chains through a European collaboration. And of course, in this meeting, I invite all of you to further connect with the Netherlands and broaden the network from the Netherlands to Europe and outside Europe, internationally, globally, and of course, vice versa. So thank you for having us in this meeting. Thank you for inviting us to join. And thank you very, very much for this beautiful plaque that commemorates this day and this beautiful occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nickers, for joining us online in real time. And thank you once again for your remarks as well. 다음은 칠레 발표가 있겠습니다. 칠레 수소협회 리카르도 로드리게스 연구국장님의 발표가 준비되어 있습니다. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ricardo Rodriguez, head of H2 Chile. So please welcome him with a big round of applause. 큰 박수로 무대로 모시겠습니다.
Good afternoon. I'm Ricardo Rodriguez, Head of Studies for H2 Chile, the Chilean Association of Hydrogen. And we are very proud of being part of the GAA. So here I bring some of what we are doing as a country. Okay, H2 Chile, it's a very young organization that started in 2018. With the mission to establish a hydrogen-based economy in Chile. And we believe that international alliances are crucial to the development of hydrogen in each country, but also for the collaboration to overcome shared challenges. Here are some examples of these alliances. We have alliances in Latin America, collaborating between different countries, also in Europe, and of course, today with the GAA. And about the advantages of Chile for green hydrogen development. First, as a country, we have a stable democracy and an open economy, and we are a recognized destination for investment, and recently investment to develop green hydrogen projects. We have privileged geographical conditions. On one side, in the Atacama Desert, we have one of the highest photovoltaic power potential in the world, and a large capacity of wind energy generation in the Chilean Patagonia. So our expectation and efforts are oriented to reduce dramatically the cost of hydrogen, taking advantage of these conditions. About the initiatives of green hydrogen in Chile, here's a sample of the projects that are in development stage. Some of them started its construction stage last year. And as you can see, there is a variety of terms in terms of type of product and also in terms of exportation and internal demand. Public and private collaboration are crucial, and of course, government incentives are helping to boost and accelerate the country's production capacity. And based on our national hydrogen roadmap launched in 2020, we have set ambitious goals, including an incremental electrolysis capacity, become one of the leaders in green hydrogen exports, and be able to produce hydrogen at the cheapest cost. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your meaningful words. Thank you. 리카르도 로드리게스 국장님의 발표까지 만나보셨고요. 다음은요. 중국으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 국제수소연료전지협회 주왕 사무총장님의 발표가 준비되어 있습니다. And next, please join me in welcoming Mr. Zhu Wang, Secretary General of IHFCA, and he will be delivering his presentations through a video message. 여러분 큰 박수와 함께 환영해 주십시오.
I'm Wang from the International Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association. It's my great pleasure to be invited here and make a presentation to highlight the most updated FCV development through demonstration this year in China. First of all, as a background, Chinese government has targeted a carbon peak by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050, which we call 30 and 60 for short. So, to achieve this goal, the integrated hydrogen energy system will be a key step. As we know, the green, electric, and hydrogen-based energy system have the advantage of multi-sources, high efficiency, and zero emission. So, the Chinese government has been aware of the importance of hydrogen. It keeps updating related policies for consistent development. In March 2022, the National Development and Reform Commission and the National Energy Agency have jointly released the medium and long-term plan for the development of hydrogen energy industry from 2021 to 2035, which is a new milestone in Chinese hydrogen industry development because this was the first time to incorporate hydrogen as an energy source. We target having 50,000 FCV in only 3 cities, with 100 to 200,000 tons of renewable hydrogen production and 1 to 2 million tons of CO2 reduction per year. Then, by 2030, which is the benchmark of our carbon peak goal, we will establish a complete hydrogen and vision ecosystem and clean hydrogen production and supply. Last, by 2035, an energy ecosystem with hydrogen multi-applications like in transportation, industry, and buildings, as well as increasing renewable hydrogen consumption for end users will be our key focus area. I'm also very proud to share that during the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games, which has just ended in March, 1,200 FCVs were on demonstration, having to reduce 2,200 tons of CO2. Also, about half of the hydrogen used at Zhangjiakou site came from the new technologies like the onshore wind and solar P2G in the cities. Even the bombs at the site were lighted by the onshore wind energy, which came from Zhangjiakou hydrogen demo base. On the other hand, FCV took a high proportion of transportation, and most of them were provided by Toyota and Proton. We have also planned on many FCV demonstration city clusters for cross-regional and collective development. Last year, the 5 ministers and a commission announced that FCV demonstration city clusters will mainly be located in Beijing, Hebei, Henan, Shanghai, and Guangdong. So, with the 5 city clusters as the backbone, a unified plan is in consideration to build a comprehensive cross-regional and integrated hydrogen demonstration highway. The city clusters have greatly increased FCV numbers in these cities. More than 55,000 FCVs and 5,000 hydrogen refueling stations will be built by 2025. This indicates that demonstration is a key factor in the proportion of hydrogen technology. Other than the city clusters I have mentioned in the last slide, various programs involved in other cities in China. For example, the Hydrogen for Multi-Sector Application program was led by Shandong government, with the joint efforts with 4 other cities in Shandong. Shandong region is developing a replicable model for the comprehensive applications of hydrogen energy through hydrogen highway, ports, and hydrogen energy for household buildings. For more details about transportation demo, we think that the core is to deploy hydrogen power systems and technologies for transportation and logistics in 3 ways. The development of integrated hydrogen power systems based on mobility scenarios, research on the vehicle hydrogen rig, refueling networks, and zero carbon hydrogen supply. And finally, the demonstration of hydrogen highway and hydrogen ports. In short, hydrogen demonstration is an essential path to realize commercialization, where we will have to figure out solutions for bottlenecks. In order to expand investment and accelerate the construction of infrastructure, we will focus on developing regulations, policies, and etc. We all know that the battery vehicles already have a large market, and demonstration has played a key role. So we expect the same strategy to promote hydrogen applications in China. Hydrogen for a better world. We, IFCA, is looking forward to more cooperation with you. I really appreciate your listening, and with the inauguration of GHIAA to be successful. Thank you.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Thank you very much for your meaningful words. 주왕 사무총장님의 발표 만나보셨습니다. 다음은 싱가포르에서 준비를 해주셨는데요. 싱가포르 수소 및 연료전지협회 노엘친 대표님께서 현장에 함께해 주셨고 지금부터 발표를 수고해 주시겠습니다. Next, we will listen to Mr. Noel Chin, President of HFCAS Singapore. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. 박수로 환영해 주십시오.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to H2 Korea for organizing this wonderful event, and looking forward to our partnership with GR. Okay, some background about Singapore's hydrogen landscape, the energy mix. In 2019, we make a decision to include a fourth switch in our energy mix, which includes low carbon alternatives. And one of them is looking at green hydrogen. And this is one of the ways to actually decarbonize our energy sector. A study was commissioned by the Singapore government, and KBR consultants actually identified a couple of hydrogen markets that we can actually consider. This includes countries like Australia, South America, Europe, and Canada as well. We are also still exploring the various energy carriers for hydrogen. We're still open to liquefied hydrogen, liquid organic hydrogen carriers, as well as green ammonia. Right now, we are conducting some feasibility studies, so therefore, we have not closed the doors on any of these options. There was also a look at the cost of importing hydrogen via carrier. If you all are aware, Singapore is a renewable disadvantaged country, and we will rely a lot on imports of green hydrogen, just as what we've done for LNG. It's expected that the cost of hydrogen, landed cost of hydrogen, will actually fall over the years by 2050, and this will actually be accelerated by the falling cost of electrolyzers as well as the cost of renewable energy. So the hydrogen landscape looking at will focus mainly on the hydrogen that's being imported and the various usage. And in the study itself, is also identified where are some of the sectors that can actually transit towards hydrogen. And this includes mobility, maritime, aviation, industrial buildings, as well as power generation. I'll run through a few of the hydrogen projects that were explored in Singapore. First of all, green hydrogen production. Earlier mentioned, we are a renewable disadvantaged country. However, SP Group actually carried out a trial by producing green hydrogen over the tennis courts by putting solar panels there to actually produce green hydrogen, which is actually stored in metal hydride, and that will actually support the SP Training Institute. There are also fuel cells that actually used as backup systems for fire command centers in 2 of our key hospitals. This is actually 5 kilowatt fuel cells, but using methanol. Some of the interesting observations is also the need to actually ensure that there's proper ventilation and buffer zones away from the buildings itself. We've also seen local companies, OneBerry, which is a security and surveillance company, using fuel cell to actually power their security cameras around the whole island. They have also looked at use of robots for facilities management as well, and this is also again powered by fuel cell systems. We also have our local SMEs producing unmanned aerial vehicles powered by fuel cells. Some of them are H3 Dynamics, Spectronic, as well as Duralite Power. And the whole idea is really how we can build up an ecosystem of supply chain in the value chain for hydrogen from Singapore companies. We're also exploring a trial for fuel cell heavy goods vehicles, this together with a port operator, PSA. There's also plans to actually carry out feasibility studies to convert the diesel concrete trucks into fuel cell concrete trucks. This is together with Pan United, which is a main contractor in Singapore, together with SJ, which is the big consultant. We also privileged in March to actually welcome the Energy Observer. If everyone is familiar with Energy Observer, it's a catamaran that was actually converted by use and powered by renewable energy, and they're actually making their rounds around the whole world to actually spread the message and showcase that fuel cell or going zero for maritime vessels is actually a possibility. So what's the challenges and opportunities for hydrogen and fuel cell adoption in Singapore? Firstly, hydrogen production and fuel cell application technology is still nascent, and this is actually the right time for us to focus on R&D to improve the efficiency or explore other materials and processes to lower the cost. So for the R&D side, we were actually privileged that last year was the first time funding was actually given for hydrogen-related projects that will be focusing on cracking of hydrogen from ammonia, developing hydrogen purity leakage and leakage sensors, as well as developing an improved process for methane pyrolysis and developing new catalysis and systems to reduce cost of extracting hydrogen from MCH. Support for hydrogen applications, for example, as absence of local technical references or standards on safe use of hydrogen in the value chain, and challenging for consultants to develop proposals to satisfy regulatory authorities. So we are actually helping to develop standards and technical references, mainly focusing on hydrogen refilling stations at the first project, and this will actually help some of the trials that we are actually conducting. There's also an importance of raising awareness and upskilling of our workforce, so grooming our future as well as raising the skill sets of our workforce in preparation of a hydrogen economy. So we're looking at both pre-employment training by instilling into the curriculum section on hydrogen, and also upskilling our workforce through continuing education and training. So a bit about the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association Singapore. We exist to provide credibility to our members, to deal with other association companies both locally and overseas, and mainly to support the push for hydrogen and fuel cell development and demonstration in Singapore. So our objective is really to create the platform, provide opportunities for our industry members to collaborate with other companies, and also looking at developing our best practices and standards, and also developing the workforce and skill sets. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation on Singapore's hydrogen case studies with numbers. And of course, he introduced some challenges that we have to overcome together as well. Thank you once again for your meaningful words. 고맙습니다. 노예친 대표님의 발표까지 만나보셨고요. 이어서는 콜롬비아로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 콜롬비아 수소협회 카밀로 우리베 대표님의 발표가 있겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us, Mr. Camilo Uribe, President of Hydrogen Colombia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeroen, for hosting this magnificent event and taking the initiative for creating the GIA Alliance, as well as the staff of the Korean Hydrogen Association, His Excellency Juan Carlos Caiza, Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia in Korea, ladies and gentlemen, fellow members of the Hydrogen Alliance. There are times in our lives in which we're presented with real opportunities to innovate and cultivate change, hence breaking the repetitive continuum of time we're immersed in. And today, with impetus, we write our own future and we seize the moment. We have initiated an amazing journey in which we celebrate with great honor and pride the involvement of 18 member countries and associations representing almost all the continents and diverse regions. We are the pioneers of the first worldwide initiative that brings together different countries under one flag, the flag that has hydrogen at the core as a vector of change. Together, we will walk firmly and will not lose focus. We will promote hydrogen proliferation to enable and accelerate reduction of worldwide carbon emissions and to reset the clock of climate change. Today, we reach a profound compromise to better our world for generations to come. I'm Camilo Uribe, the co-founder of the Hydrogen Association, the president of the group ENGIE in Colombia, and the lead director of PTC Machines, a hydrogen manufacturer of hydrogen compressor diaphragms. So I see this as bringing borders. We have countries, member countries from different continents, as I mentioned. So I'm going to start quickly presenting the Colombian Hydrogen Roadmap and our association. So Colombia's hydrogen strengths are particularly based on abundant natural resources to produce low-carbon hydrogen. We recently launched the Hydrogen Roadmap in September of last year, and 2 weeks ago we launched the Offshore Wind Production Roadmap. We have up to 30 gigawatts of potential to produce offshore wind, and as you might know, about 80%, between 70 to 80% of the cost of hydrogen is based on an effective cost of electricity production. And we are projecting levelized cost of hydrogen in our country up to $1.7 per kilo in 2030. To get there, we need to lower our electricity cost to be able to subsidize this hydrogen production, and we're strategically located with access to the Pacific and Atlantic coasts. Actually, that's the only country in South America that has this strategic location, positioning our country in a very particular place for green hydrogen production and exports. There's a concept change. We're starting to change from the pilot stage to an ecosystem of hydrogen, the economy of hydrogen, developing the regulatory framework and based on the foundations of a very strong and innovative system. And as I mentioned, a political regulatory context for developing these green hydrogen products. The pillars of our roadmap are based on 5 enablers: commitment of the national government, launching this magnificent initiative. We have a blending project that's blending green hydrogen being produced from solar panels, blended with natural gas to be, and it's being piped into the pipeline infrastructure in the system. And currently there's an industrial production of 150,000 tons, which is basically quite large from our country. It's located strategically in the north side, whereby there's a lot of oil production, and this hydrogen, it's being fueled by feeding this industrial sites. The second pillar is achieving the Colombian carbon neutrality. In the Paris Agreement, we achieved a compromise to reduce 51% of emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. So there's foundations to produce green hydrogen in the long term. Economic growth with the value chain and development, enabling a fair energy transition, and I think particularly this is quite important as we are looking at interconnecting broader regions while at the same time transforming our infrastructure to produce green hydrogen. In terms of the goals, there are 5 or 3 particular areas of focus. In terms of production, we are looking at around 3 gigawatts of electrolyzing capacity that could create about 1.5 to 4.4 gigawatts of non-renewable sources up to 2030. Green hydrogen prices that could drop as far as $1.7 per kilowatt per kilo, and produce about 50 tons of blue hydrogen. There's 3 different stages from 2020 to 2030. We'll see blue hydrogen coinciding with green hydrogen. From 2030 to 2040. Green hydrogen will be more economically viable. And then going into 2050, it'll be predominantly green hydrogen. In terms of demand, up to about 2,000 light vehicles. Colombia has the largest electrical fleet outside China. In this moment, about 7,000 to 8,000 buses fueled by electrical vehicles. We are looking at converting the fleet, and there is currently a company assembling a chassis that will be fueled by hydrogen through the end of 2022. There's also in terms of the topography of the country, quite a variable system, and we're going to need between 1,000 and 1,500 heavy vehicles in the short term to get to 2030 with the upper end of the range of hydrogen fuel vehicles. And we're looking at 40% reduction of hydrogen in the industrial sector. And then finally, this transition is going to create between $2.5 and $5.5 billion in investment by 2030 and over 3 gigawatts of installed electrolyzing capacity. This basically creates about 15,000 direct jobs and abatement of 2.5 to 3 million tons of CO2. By 2030, this is going to constitute 0.7 million tons of CO2 reductions. So our hydrogen roadmap is divided in 4 stages. First, we're going to be working in laying the foundation in the next couple of years from a regulatory point of view to create the enablers that would take us to the next stage. In the next 3 to 5 years after the initial stage, we'll be working on market development and instruments to boost the market. And finally, after the first 3 years, we'll continue to work on monitoring the different stages of uses of hydrogen to get us to the technological and industrial development stage. So our mission at the Hydrogen Association in Colombia is to promote and accelerate the adoption of hydrogen in Colombia through an efficient public partnerships. One of my colleagues earlier mentioned that there's some alliances. We formed the Regional Alliance with Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Costa Rica at the end of last year. And we're very excited to form this alliance today, which marks the beginning of a new chapter for our association. I wanted to live with a message. I think how we see this at the Colombian Association is that this is a transition that has to be fair, in the sense that there's already infrastructure for other forms of energy, and we have to or should strive for utilizing this infrastructure rather than depreciating what's already put in place. So making a fair transition, exchanging technology, bringing back talent from those countries that are a little bit further ahead are primarily the areas of focus that we have looking at from Colombia in the start of this magnificent alliance. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Uribe, for introducing Colombia's hydrogen roadmap. Thank you once again. 네, 까밀로 우리베 대표님의 발표 잘 들었습니다. 다음은 덴마크 수소협회 테즈 라우스트센 젠슨 대표님의 발표가 있겠습니다. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join us welcoming Mr. Laustesen Jensen, CEO of Hydrogen Denmark. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you to H2 Korea for the huge effort and the initiative put into today's session and the founding of this global alliance. It is really much appreciated, and I think will be a valuable tool in distributing the hydrogen value chain across the globe. A short overview of where we are in Denmark currently with regards to hydrogen, and first and foremost with green hydrogen, which is the key to enabling hydrogen in Denmark. What we see is that it's sort of a mutually dependent relationship in many ways between large-scale deployment of renewables, especially wind, on the one hand, and on the other hand, that we will only be able to utilize that resource and get the high value out of that investment by deploying hydrogen technologies at scale. So we have now announced that there will be a large-scale deployment in the two oceans around Denmark, in the Baltic Sea, and not least in the North Sea, with a potential of up to at least 10 gigawatts before 2030, but also up to 35 gigawatts further on, and 150 gigawatts by 2050 in cooperation with three other countries, Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium, around the North Sea. So a huge potential, optimizing up to half of all the renewable offshore potential needed in Europe by 2050. And that vast amount of energy can only be utilized via hydrogen technologies, which means that we will need now to scale up rapidly the deployment of especially electrolyzers, but also infrastructure deployment and use of hydrogen, both in Denmark and in neighboring countries with Danish hydrogen. As such, a national hydrogen strategy in Denmark, as well as in a number of other countries, of course, has been published. A national electrolyzer goal of 4 to 6 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2030. And I think that number, as you will see later, is perhaps already a little bit low. Deployment of large-scale transnational and border crossing hydrogen infrastructure, connecting to a wider European network and enabling us to do large-scale export of green hydrogen, and a clear ambition to both be an exporter of hydrogen and hydrogen technologies and to take global leadership, but also at the same time to draw from the experience and the partnership with other countries, many of them present here today, and of course not least also with the strong players such as Korea in this value chain. And this strong momentum created by the large deployment of renewables means that there is also the basis of technology production at a large scale. This, of course, not least electrolyzers, where we just last week saw a global Danish company, Topsoe, announcing a new production facility of high-temperature electrolyzers to be located in the western part of Denmark with an initial capacity of 500 megawatt production of electrolyzers a year, but going up in a few before the end of the decade, potentially to 5 gigawatts of annual capacity. This comes along with several other producers, a number of a strong fuel cell producing cluster, and a world-leading position within refueling, hydrogen refueling stations being deployed across the world, including here in Seoul. And as you can see, as many places, and as also was mentioned by Hydrogen Europe, the current installed capacity for electrolyzers is very, very low, almost non-existent, but with the announced numbers of electrolyzer projects. We are now in 2030 beyond 7 gigawatts of installed electrolyzer capacity expected to be used for both purely for hydrogen for ammonia production and hydrogen for green methanol production as the three main components, but also a separate program for hydrogen for synthetic kerosene is taking place with a stated government ambition of all domestic flights being powered by just green aviation fuels by 2030. So we would like to take a global lead. You cannot do that alone. This requires partnerships such as the one we're forming here today. We are very keen on engaging in that cooperation with all of you, both within the industry, and I think this also goes for the Danish government, and there is only a true potential for hydrogen if we realize it together. So thank you very much. Look forward to working with all of you on this common and shared ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tess Lausteson Jensen, for joining us today here at the site. And of course, thank you for your meaningful presentation. Thank you. 네, 고맙습니다. 이어서는 스웨덴 수소협회 앤더스 런덴 회장님의 발표가 있겠습니다. 현장에 함께해 주셨습니다. Now, please welcome Mr. Anders Rundell, Chairman of Hydrogen Sweden. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much H2 Korea for hosting this meeting and also making all the work for this first meeting of the GEA Forum and the partnership. We are so impressed and happy to be here, and I would like to give you a presentation of the current situation in Sweden and the ambitions for the national strategy of hydrogen for Hydrogen Sweden. Hydrogen Sweden celebrates 15 years now. We have had a great interest of members. We have today 122 members from academia, from public sectors, and also, of course, a large numbers from the industry. 2015, we signed the first letter of support or letter of cooperation with H2 Korea. So we have a tradition also to work together with the Korean H2 organization. Today we see a next step with 18 members cooperating to facing the global challenges together. We also are members of an international organizations and networks, for example, Hydrogen Europe, Nordic Hydrogen Partnership, the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, Energy Hydrogen Alliance, Baltic Sea Hydrogen Network, and the Global Hydrogen Industrial Associations Alliance as the last or the latest step for this kind of cooperation that is so important for us. The status in Sweden. Today we have something like 15 fuel cell electric vehicles, the light vehicles. We have 5 operating refueling stations, but are waiting in the next 2 years up to 60 filling stations for both light and heavy vehicles, dual pressure system, so we could operate infrastructure for fuel cell vehicles. We have the first 2 fuel cell buses delivered in Sweden in a city called Sandviken, and in Gothenburg the 2 first hydrogen waste trucks are operated. Our industry produces 180,000 tons of hydrogen today. The strategy for Sweden is to have 5 gigawatts in 2030 and 15 gigawatts in 2015. But as my colleague from Denmark, Theis, mentioned, we feel strongly that these numbers are already a bit too low. We expect it to be even higher. The driving initiatives for transforming into a hydrogen society comes in Sweden mostly, or most importantly, from the industry. We have a number of projects or the first examples of fossil-free steel production. We have heard Chairman Moon mention the SSAB fossil-free steel production has already taken place. And the great investments in electrolyzers is to support the industry with the amount of clean green hydrogen for this transition in the industry and the steel production. But at the same time, we see that this drives also a huge demand for renewable energy from the wind power plants. Sweden is lucky to have a lot of hydropower, so most of our electricity today is from the green electricity. So we have a great and unique position to produce green hydrogen in large scale, but we're going to need more electricity and cheap electricity in order to deliver this amount of green hydrogen. But we also see that this opens up for the possibilities for the transport sector to transform, to go to emission-free transports and be less relying on the imported fossil fuels. So we see a strong ambition also to go to emission-free transports with a combination of battery electrics and fuel cell electric vehicles. The technical readiness level in Sweden are in general quite high in different areas, for example, the H2 production, the distribution and storage. We have some work to do and have I find a word now, but within the regulations for production of hydrogen and infrastructure, we need to develop more systems for safety. And also when it comes to fuel cells in stationary machines, we haven't come that far. But in vehicles and equipment and also the production of fuel cell, the technical readiness level is quite high, and the development is going so quickly, so we see a rapid development here. But here is another area where we could find different kind of matching between companies in Korea and other of the member states in the GIA forum. In Sweden, we expect the electricity demand to increase by 3 times in 2050. Today we have 180 terawatts electricity used, mostly in household and buildings, but we see a quick demand now coming from hydrogen production, also from new demand and industry, when the industry is transforming from using natural gas or other solutions for production of steel. The increase is going to quickly go up to 3 times. So we need to address this demand in a way that we quickly have to produce more renewable energy from wind power plants, offshore, on land, also combination of the planned electricity production in Sweden, so we can also find solutions together with hydrogen to balancing the grid. So this also comes into how we use hydrogen for storage and grid balancing, also for build more resilient societies, so we could make us less dependent on import of fossil fuels for natural gas, for example. We have initiatives with hubs or hydrogen valleys in Sweden. In the north, as you can see in top of the picture, we have the large-scale steel productions with H2 green steel, hybrid, or SSAB, the steel production that's going to need enormous amounts of electricity and green hydrogen. In the middle of Sweden, we have specialized companies working with special steel production, that also recycling steel for different kind of applications, that also open up for the transition in the transport sector. Here we have 1/3 of the fuel cell vehicles in Sweden is located in the mid-Sweden hydrogen valley sector. We also see that the harbor in Gävle here is another way that we're going to have electrolysis that transforms the operating of the harbor into emission-free systems together with hydrogen. And also in the southern parts of Sweden, in Gothenburg and Trelleborg, we also see a quick investments in electrolysis and in using of hydrogen for different kind of fossil-free transitions. But we see that this works together with other renewable energy sources, biogas, different kind of electrified transports with pantographs working together with battery electric systems. So hydrogen is not the one solution. We see that this is a complement, and we try to develop all kinds of fossil-free solutions to make this work together, and hydrogen is one key component as an enabler for making this happen. So we're not pushing just for one solution. We see that the sector integration is so important if we're gonna build our societies as showrooms and see that this kind of technique is really working and could make a good export opportunity for our company to strengthen this possibility. And as I mentioned, we have using hydrogen last year to recycling steel. Instead of using propane or natural gas, we use hydrogen and oxygen together in a large scale using electrolyzers. And this is another example of how the sectorial integration works, where we could use green electricity from wind power plants for producing green hydrogen from the industry use. This opens up for filling infrastructures for heavy trucks. So it's an important key component to make inexpensive hydrogen for the transport sector. So sectorial integration is another example how we feel that we could, from the public sector, support the industry in making this kind of transition together and finding matching with international partners and companies. A few examples of companies in Sweden who are really, as we see, in the leading position of this kind. So in the material sector, we have companies like Impact Coatings, Sandvik, and also the Academica with Chalmers and other universities. In safety, we have Sweco, FSD, and RISE. In system integration, we have Nielsen Energy and Euromechanic, who are example of companies working in this sector. And tech providers, you could maybe find a few of the companies that we have as members in Hydrogen Sweden that could be a good possibility for match with one of your companies who are present here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 앤더슨 런델 회장님의 발표까지 만나보셨습니다. 이제 마지막 발표만을 앞두고 있는데요. 마지막 발표는 영상으로 준비가 되어 있습니다. 독일 수소 연료전지 협회 주리카 조지 미케타 국장님의 발표 영상 바로 만나보시겠습니다. So let's get our attention to the screen to have Mr. Jurika George Miketa, head of DWV. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be a part of Global Hydrogen Industrial Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, hydrogen is our common future. The DWV is proud to be a member of IIA and to contribute to shaping the future of energy together across continents. The German Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association is the umbrella organization for hydrogen and fuel cells technology in Germany. As the voice of more than 150 industrial and research institutions for the hydrogen sector, DWV has successfully represented institutions with more than 1.5 million employees since 1996 in the context of energy policy and the energy industry. The DWV is convinced that hydrogen is the key energy carrier for the secure and economical energy transition. The DWV's goal is therefore to achieve, develop, and advocate proposals for sustainable regulatory framework conditions for rapid market introduction and development of hydrogen as an emission-free energy carrier for the efficient sector coupling. I prepare some points for you. The first of all is the green market ramp-up economy. In Germany, we have industry that can suddenly act and who wants to act. The industry is just waiting for politicians to clear the way for investment security. This is also an advantage for the global competition, which is why we are working hard to ensure that we now quickly get the market ramp up for green hydrogen in Germany and Europe. We are convinced that we will not be able to achieve our climate targets without hydrogen, and that the hydrogen economy of tomorrow represents a tremendous opportunity for German economy and German industry, but also for international industry partnerships. Europe must be climate neutral by 2015. We must have converged our energy system by the year 2050. At the same time, we need security of supply, economy efficiency, and over sustainability. If you look at the whole system today, you see that renewable energies with green hydrogen are the backbone of the new energy economy of tomorrow in Europe, in Middle East, in Africa, in America and Asia. That brings me to point 2. What role does hydrogen play for the transition in Germany? Here in Germany, we now see demand for green hydrogen in the target year 2045 of approximately 800 terawatt hours. This is about 1/3 of the energy consumption of our whole system. Behind this is an investment volume of well over 500 billion euro, which can be made and which must be made, and this only for German energy supply. This makes it clear what dimensions still take in our economy system and our industrial system. The third point raises here is the framework condition that Germany needs to be climate by 2050. The status quo now is a lot of has been made, a lot of has been announced at the political level, such as last week, the major repower package from the European Commission and the recently presented Eastern package in Germany. The summer renewable energy package is following. However, it must be emphasized once again here that we need reliable framework condition, both in EU level and at the national German level, but also in international part, so that the investments that now have to be made can also be made. We are currently running the risk that the next major global economic trend could be passed by Germany again. However, Germany has already shown in the past that we can succeed in joint efforts with reliable partners if we pull together. However, there is still a lot of discussion about how things should run perfectly, and we should keep in mind to simply start the projects. The learning path and experience are the great achievement that can be taken along, but business experience and international cooperation cannot be replaced by research. The fourth point is, which technologies do we need for the energy transition and international partnership? We need reliable and good international partnership, industrial partnership. The leading technologies are wind energy, wind extension onshore and offshore. We need photovoltaics, we need hydrogen electrolyzers and fuel cells. In addition, hydrogen gas turbines, pipelines and ships for transport, and solar caravans for hydrogen storage. If you mix all these components together, you will get the energy production costs that are manageable in our economic system. Last but not least, my 5th point is it is time to establish the global funding and trading concept. It is time for the H2 Global Funding Mechanism as the most important initiative and driver for global value change that brings us together to promote investment in the production of renewable hydrogen in third countries. Germany has developed the H2 Global Funding concept, which is funded with 900 million euros in federal budget. H2 Global is an auction-based mechanism to promote timely and effective market ramp-up on the industrial scale. To match supply and demand in intermediary, we will enter into a long-term offtake contracts on the supply side and short-term sales contracts on the demand side. This difference between supply prices and demand prices will be compensated by grants from the federal government under a mechanism based on the contracts for differences approach. The concept is intended to motivate companies to invest in the production of green hydrogen abroad. The EU Commission has approved the German support concept for investment under the state aid law. The aim of H2 Global is to meet demand for renewable hydrogen in the EU. The energy production abroad should then be imported into the EU. At the same time, the EU Commission and the German government, with the support of DWE, are working on a similar funding concept, H2 Global for Europe, especially in the time of war. where we are now in the eastern of Europe, which is intended to promote investment in the production of renewable hydrogen in Europe, so that energy prices and security of energy supply can be guaranteed in the EU in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and best regards from Berlin. I wish you all the best for the event.
Thank you very much. 네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 오늘 저희가 준비된 발표는 여기서 마무리가 되겠습니다. 여러분, 저희는 3시 40분부터 다음 세션을 시작을 해야 합니다. 지금 시간이 조금 딜레이가 되었습니다. 따라서 혹시 화장실을 다녀오실 참석자 여러분께서는 조금 빠르게 이용을 해주시고 2, 3분 내로 다시 착석을 해주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our session, International Hydrogen Industry Session. And we will have the next session, H2 Innovation Korea session, in about 3 minutes. Since we are running out of time, please use the restroom quickly and please return to the hall. Sorry, and thank you for your cooperation. 네, 여러분, 저희 잠시 후 3시 50분부터 마지막 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. H2 이노베이션 코리아 수요 기술 설명회는 3시 50분부터 시작되겠습니다. 착석해 주십시오. Distinguished guests, honorable participants, we would like to begin the last session of today's forum, which will be H2 Innovation Korea Open Innovation with Korean Partners session from 3:50, which will be begin in 2 minutes. So please be seated. Please take your seats. Please enter the hall. 네, 여러분, 저희 모두 착석을 해 주시면 마지막 세션 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분, 저희 마지막 세션 곧 이어서 시작이 되겠습니다. 착석해 주십시오. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to begin our last session of today's GF Forum. So this session will be delivered in Korean. So if you need any translation service in English, please use the receiver on your table as we did at the morning session. So once again, channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Thank you for your participation until the very end. 네, 먼저 장시간 현장에 배석해 주신 참석자 여러분들, 또 온라인으로 끝까지 시청하고 계시고 또 응원해 주시는 모든 분들 진심으로 감사합니다. 자, 마지막 세션 시작하겠습니다. 오늘 마지막 세션은요, 글로벌 수소 산업을 이끌어 나가는 한국의 수소 앵커 기업들을 모시고 H2 이노베이션 코리아 수요 기술 설명회가 진행이 되겠습니다. 네, H2 이노베이션 코리아는 코트라가 지하 포럼과 연계하여 H2 코리아, 울산 경제자유구역청, 울산 창조경제혁신센터와 공동으로 기획한 수소산업 공급망 강화 유치 프로그램입니다. 한국의 수소 앵커 기업과 유망 기술 기업 간 협업을 지원할 예정이고요. 오늘은 그 첫 번째 순서로 수요 기술 설명회가 개최가 되겠습니다. 자, 먼저 행사를 진행하기 앞서 본 세션에 대한 식순부터 소개해드리겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 순서는 울산 테크노파크에서 울산의 수소 클러스터에 대한 발표가 있겠습니다. 여러분들도 잘 아시다시피 울산은 수소 산업에 있어서 대한민국을 대표하는 도시죠. 현대자동차, 현대중공업을 비롯해서 효성, 롯데, SK 등 대한민국 주요 중화공업회사 공장이 위치한 도시입니다. 따라서 먼저 첫 번째 순서는 울산 테크노파크의 발표로 준비를 해보았고요. 이어서는 한국 수소 산업을 대표하는 기업들의 개별 발표가 있겠습니다. SK가스, 롯데케미칼, 효성중공업, 현대자동차의 순서로 발표가 진행이 될 예정이며 발표 이후에는 바로 이어서 질의응답도 마련이 되었습니다. 따라서 발표를 들으시거나 또는 회사에 대해서 또 기업의 정책에 대해서 궁금하신 점이 있으신 분들께서는요. 현장에서는 손을 들어주시면 되고요. 온라인으로 계시는 분들께서는 유튜브 댓글창에 남겨주시면
If you have any question, please leave your question on the chat window of YouTube channel. And after all the presentations are over, We will give you an opportunity to seek for collaboration activities. We will explain how you can apply for the one-on-one counseling with Korean partners. This presentation will be made by Kotra. Then we will move on to the first presentation by Ulsan Techno Park. Mr. Seung-hwan Jo from Ulsan Techno Park will make the presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jo Seung-hwan from Ulsan Techno Park. Today, I am going to make a presentation about the hydrogen industry in Ulsan Metropolitan City on behalf of Ulsan Economic Free Zone Administration. Across the world, we are witnessing the shift of energy paradigm. Wood, coal, oil, or natural gas that produce large amount of carbon emissions are now being transferred towards hydrogen and less carbon emitting energy sources. In January 2019, the President of Korea announced the hydrogen roadmap, which includes Ulsan as hydrogen city. Ulsan is a leading city that implements the hydrogen roadmap among any other cities in Korea. In Ulsan, we have both upstream and downstream industries well developed that will facilitate the growth of hydrogen. Let me first explain about automobile industry. We have the single largest auto plant, Hyundai Motor Plant in Ulsan, and we are producing about 70,000 electric vehicles every year. Next industry of Ulsan City is petrochemical industry. 50% of the 50% of the hydrogen used for petrochemical industry is being produced in Ulsan, and we are making efforts for developing core technologies. Next key industry of Ulsan is shipbuilding. Hyundai Heavy Industries and Hyundai Mipo Dockyard are located in Ulsan. They're developing and producing eco-friendly ships. Recently, they have been working on hydrogen or LNG fueled vessels. Ulsan is leading hydrogen industry of Korea. In terms of hydrogen production, Ulsan is ranked the number one. In terms of hydrogen pipeline and refueling stations, Ulsan is also ranked the highest in Korea. In terms of the demonstration of fuel cell technology, Ulsan has the relevant infrastructure and capabilities. This is the history of hydrogen industry in Ulsan. In 2007, we started the FCEV monitoring and demonstration, and we established the world's first hydrogen town in Ulsan. And in 2018, we established hydrogen and fuel cell demonstration center. And in 2019, the Ministry of Land and Transport designated Ulsan as the hydrogen pilot city, and in 2021, Ulsan Free Economic Zone was created, which focuses on hydrogen industry. As such, we have laid out the foundation for the growth of a hydrogen industry. Let me take examples of hydrogen projects in Ulsan. First one is fuel cell electric vehicle demonstration project that was conducted from 2006 to 2013. We demonstrated 2 fuel cell electric vehicles, and next one is Ulsan Hydrogen Town. In this town, they use byproduct hydrogen coming from the petrochemical industry and use the byproduct hydrogen as the sources of energy for the household located here. Next is Hydrogen Fuel Cell Demonstration Center. The characteristics of this center is that it has extended the hydrogen pipeline by 3 kilometers and it has the capability to supply hydrogen at lower cost. It is currently demonstrating the fuel cell with a scale of 2.43 megawatt. Ulsan City has established its own hydrogen roadmap. In the case of fuel cell electric vehicle, it aims to provide 67,000 electric vehicles by 2030, and it plans to increase the number of refueling stations up to 60 stations, and it plans to increase the pipeline up to 200-kilometer length, and the Ulsan city will provide the utmost support for manufacturing fuel cell electric vehicles of about 500,000 vehicles. It also plans to generate fuel cells up to 250 megawatt. Ulsan H2 Green Mobility Regulation Free Zone is another example of our strategy. In this zone, hydrogen-related demonstrations are being conducted, and soon, maybe by next year, the relevant laws and regulations will be established. And hydrogen forklift, AGV, and mobile refueling stations and refueling stations for boats have been researched and developed in Ulsan. These are the products that have been manufactured and that are going through demonstration. We have about one mobile refueling station. We have two refueling stations for boats and so on. Next is our Ulsan Hydrogen Pilot City. We extended the hydrogen pipeline by about 10 kilometers. So this pilot city is connected with the petrochemical industry zone through the 10-kilometer length hydrogen pipeline. Around the Taewagang, the river area, we have established the hydrogen piping, and in Yultong district of Ulsan, we have created hydrogen town. The hydrogen is supplied to the apartment household through the piping, and about 800 households will receive electricity through the hydrogen delivered through the pipeline. This pipeline is connected to the Hyundai Motors factory. So we are going to support Hyundai Motors in enhancing their production of hydrogen-fueled vehicles. Another case example is hydrogen tram demonstration project, which started last year. It will continue till December next year. In Ulsan, from 2027, we will operate the urban tram. Through the tram demonstration project, we are planning to supply, in this tram demonstration project, we are planning to supply hydrogen as the main fuel. And we have hydrogen power plant demonstration project as well, centered around the Hyundai Motors and Tucson factories. And in Ulsan, we have eco-friendly mobility project, which is called Hydrogen Mobility Cluster. The government is going through preliminary feasibility study on this. So hydrogen piping is connected between the urban metropolitan area to this center where we're going to have the automobile components or parts manufacturing and maintenance center, and Hyundai Mobi's plant will be also located here. So automobile component related cluster will be created around here. And we plan to construct the fuel cell electric vehicle component technology center, and the relevant businesses will be located here in the mobility cluster so that the mobility industry will make a transition towards hydrogen mobility. This will be all for my presentation.
자리로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very much. So that was a presentation on the Ulsan Technopark, and thank you very much. And now it is time to listen to presentations from the Korean companies, and we have four companies now waiting for the presentation. First of all, we will listen to a presentation from SK Gas. So please welcome them with a big round of applause.
기회를 주셔서 감사드립니다. 오늘 저는 SK가스를 소개하고 당사의 비전과 비전에 따른 수요 기술에 대해서 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. SK가스는 글로벌 넘버원 LPG 사업을 하는 회사로서 글로벌 탑티어 에코에너지 토탈 솔루션 프로바이더라는 비전을 가지고 아래와 같은 사업을 진행 중입니다. LPG 트레이딩, 석유화학 산업으로 대표되는 PDH, PP 사업, 석탄 발전 운영 중이고 LPG 터미널과 LNG, LPG 융복합 발전, 연료전지 사업에 진출하였습니다. 그러나 4차 에너지 전환이 가속화됨에 따라 기존 사업의 생존 위협에 극복할 필요가 생겼고
Our main businesses encompass LPG and PDH and coal-fired power plant business. In order to reduce carbon emission, we will gradually make transition towards low carbon solution, and we will expand the hydrogen and ammonia infrastructure. SK Gas will enhance its value chain. By 2024, we will work on the comprehensive lower carbon and zero carbon technologies like you see here. And CCUS ammonia infrastructure businesses are also included in our net zero solution. We will serve as the net zero solution provider. And we will actually meet the demands of our customers as well. In the short term, we will make transition towards LNG and LPG to reduce the carbon emissions and maintain profitability by providing zero carbon solutions. In providing the solution for customers, we have this competitiveness. We have core business competency in providing solutions for customers. We identify the customer's needs accurately, and we are also establishing the infrastructure to establish the hydrogen and ammonia-based technologies. And we also have the relevant infrastructure as well. Through such competitiveness, we're developing an integrated value chain here in Ulsan in cooperation with other countries, with other companies. And we have been enhancing our business competitiveness in CEC and CET as well. In order to achieve the vision, SK Gas will lead this industry and expand the demand for hydrogen and ammonia. And and are going to achieve our net zero target and also serve as the net zero solution provider. For the ammonia infrastructure business, we will further develop ammonia creatine technology and ammonia fuel refining technology in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're going to work on these technologies. And we also need to apply CCUS technology to truly achieve net zero. And we are focusing on carbon to chemical CCUS technology considering the current circumstance of Korea. Besides the technologies, we're going to become the total zero net solution provider. Through this open innovation project, we are confident that we will be able to collaborate with many companies. And we're going to seek for various opportunities for cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 고맙습니다. SK가스의 기업
Thank you very much. That was a presentation from Lotte Chemical. And now we are going to move into the Q&A session. And from the R&D Center, Mr. Hong Yun-ki, who is the head of the center, has come to the venue. And please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 먼저 혹시 현장에 계신 분들
So we are going to take questions from the floor. If you have a question,
please raise your hand. We would like to pass over the microphone to you. 네, 네, 마이크 전달드리겠습니다. 간단한 자기소개와 함께
could you please tell us your name and then ask a question? I am from the Norwegian Embassy in Korea. In your presentation, you talked about the fuel cell that uses ammonia as the direct source of energy. And there would be the technologies required for using ammonia as a direct source. So do you want to partner with a company that has the capability to make it possible to use ammonia as a direct source of fuel cell? Specifically, what kind of fuel cell are you considering? We need ammonia technology because all of you are experts and you may know very well. Ammonia can be used as a carrier, and we need to think more seriously about whether we could use ammonia as a direct source. Korea is still using some coal power generation. In our case, at first we could use coal power generation, but we cannot use the coal power generation at a full scale because there's a problem of NOx. So we need fuel cell in this process. We are seeking for the partners that have the capability to develop the core source technology related to ammonia fuel cell. But we are open to any opportunity. And I didn't understand your second question. Could you repeat that? There are several types of fuel cells that use ammonia as direct source. What kind of fuel cell are you considering? There are many types of fuel cells that use ammonia as energy as source. We don't prefer a specific type, but we are just studying various types of such fuel cells, but the level of our study is not at a very detailed level. So we are just studying how we could adopt ammonia-based fuel cell as a carrier. So I'd like to ask you to propose us the type of fuel cell that we could use that uses ammonia as direct source. Any other question from the floor? I am Bedeu from Samsung Engineering. In your presentation, you talked about CCUS. You said carbon to chemical is the most optimal technology according to your internal discussion. What kind of criteria did you use to reach that conclusion? Could you explain more about the carbon to chemical technology? So I talked about the carbon to chemical from the perspective of a chemical company. We are running propylene factory and olefin factory as well. So traditional ethylene and propylene factories are being operated by our company. So in those processes, we use CO2, and if we make a transition, the energy of CO2, if that is very stable, it's difficult to change the source of energy. Or we will have to get green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, or ammonia. And Korea should depend on import for various energy sources, including hydrogen. So we should be careful in burning the fuel that emits CO2. So we have to make conversion from CO2 to chemical. So that is the feasible idea we are considering. Any other question? We could take one more question from the floor, or if you're watching this channel through YouTube online, any question you have will be delivered to the speaker if you leave it on the chat window. Any other questions from the floor? If not, we would like to ask several questions that we received prior to the event. When did you first start the hydrogen business and what was the reason? At SK Group level, we specifically began hydrogen in the business 2 years ago. So SK Gas is one of the affiliates of SK Group. As you saw from the video, we first worked on LPG or butane, and then we moved to propane. So we had the storage infrastructure. At first, we were focusing on the fuel for carrier because in Korea there is a mobility market that uses butane, but such market decreased and gasoline efficiency increased, and now we're living in the era of electric vehicles. So the demand for our traditional conventional business gradually decreased. Under this situation, we decided to pursue eco-friendliness. That's why we expanded the scope of business to include LNG. For now, we have not yet achieved net zero. Basically, we are trying to reduce the type of business that emits carbon. So from butane, propane to methane, and ultimately towards hydrogen. This vision was established 3 years ago. And from 2 years ago, we made the efforts for the shift at a full scale. Second question is, what would be the competitiveness of your company in terms of hydrogen? We have competitiveness at B2C level. But it is ironic that SK Gas established LPG refueling stations in Korea, and we had to ensure safety. That's why we installed the LPG refueling stations on the large site, according to the law of gas safety as well. So we have the safe infrastructure for refueling station. So we could use the conventional butane refueling station infrastructure, use that for hydrogen. In the highway resting places, we have such infrastructure of butane refueling station, which could be converted to hydrogen refueling stations in the future. Have you experienced a cooperation with foreign companies? In terms of hydrogen refueling station, we have a business vision. So we're thinking about liquid hydrogen. In Ulsan, we secured a site for liquefied hydrogen production, and we are considering various plans and technologies, but unfortunately, in Korea, we don't have the reference of technology for ultra cryogenic liquid hydrogen production technology. So we are having a discussion with a foreign company on that liquid hydrogen production technology. Thank you very much for your contribution to the session. We have now listened to the presentation of SK Gas. Now we will move on to the second presentation.
같은 방법으로
So Lotte Chemical, and after the presentation, we're going to move right away to the Q&A session. Please welcome Lotte Chemical with a big round of applause.
Meet the value. Connections. Connection go beyond your expectations. Everything that we experience in this world begins with a connection. Through connections, we're able to discover new possibilities that provide new standards and create endless value. Meet our global values. Lotte Chemical has become more than just Korea's #1 petrochemical company. From our production facilities in Yeosu, Daesan, and Ulsan that follow global standards, we are creating more value through our connection to the world. Such as Lotte Chemical Titan in Southeast Asia, the natural gas field project in Uzbekistan that opened doors into the Central Asian market, all the way to the ECC factories that produce shale gas in the United States. Lotte Chemical has become a globally top-tiered chemical company with 26 production facilities across 22 countries and connections across 120 countries. Meet our life values. When chemistry meets daily life, it can create endless possibilities. From household goods and recycled materials to specialty materials, Lotte Chemical strives to create a healthier, safer, and more convenient world to live in. Meet our technology values. When imagination meets reality, Lotte Chemical enhances our life to feel newer and more beneficial. From our mobility materials that are light, safe, and superior in practicality and aesthetics, to our other materials that are more durable, functional, and long-lasting, makes cutting-edge technology possible. We create solutions across countless fields that provide personalized color development for our customers in their research for design. Meet our innovation values. When innovative ideas meet action, Lotte Chemical creates more value for the future. By consistently researching current technologies and megatrends for sustainable growth, our Daejeon R&D Center leads the chemical industry in developing eco-friendly technology to save our planet. At the Uiwang R&D Center, Lotte is leading the market trends by developing specialized materials, personalized to our customers that reach beyond the limitations of technology. And at the Innovation Center supporting the prospective business opportunities, we at Lotte Chemical are not only creating a better future for the current generation, but for future generations as well. Meet our green values. Every step we take towards the future should be a step towards a greener one, every step for green. Green Promise 2030 is Lotte Chemical's promise towards sustainable growth. From rendering recycled plastic waste to produce eco-friendly materials to Project Loop. Lotte Chemical is developing equipment that is carbon neutral and actively reducing carbon emissions through the advancement and application of new technologies. Recycling wastewater through water treatment technologies, developing batteries for EVs, and production and application of eco-friendly hydrogen are just a few examples we at Lotte are doing to create a more sustainable future. Meet together. Lotte Chemical is creating a better future with the knowledge we have. By producing basic and advanced chemicals that is world-class. Through green circulation, we are finding solutions for a more sustainable future, as well as creating beneficial partnerships with our partner companies and welfare programs to contribute to the betterment of the local communities. Not only are we focused on our business in basic and advanced chemical materials, but we at Lotte Chemical are continuously challenging ourselves with this rapidly changing industry. Our goal is to eventually become a top 7 global chemical company. Infinite value created through connections. Meet the value. Lotte Chemical.
안녕하십니까. 롯데
Hello, I am from Lotte Chemical. I'm Sang-min Ham, and it is my great honor to make this presentation in this meaningful forum. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. And let me start my presentation. First of all, let me introduce our company. Lotte Chemical is Korea's representative chemical companies, and with the US and Malaysia, we are collaborating in our manufacturing and production hub. There are subtitles at the bottom of the screen, so please refer to the subtitles.
거듭나기 위해 그린 프로미스 2030 이니셔티브를 도입하였습니다. 2030년까지 친환경 사업 매출 6조 원 달성과 탄소 중립 성장 추진을 담고 있습니다. 저희는 그린 프로미스 2030 이니셔티브를 기조로 친환경 비즈니스 패러다임을 확대하고 지속 가능한 사업 성장을 전개해 나갈 예정입니다. 이제부터 그린 프로미스 2030 전략 달성을 위해 저희가 찾고 있는 수요 기술에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다. 먼저 소개해드릴 기술은 수전해용 전극 대면적화 기술입니다. 수전해는 그린 수소 생산에 있어 가장 핵심적인 기술로 수전해 설비의 상업적 운전을 위해 대면적 촉매 전극의 개발이 필요합니다. 저희는 전기적 증착법에 의해 촉매 물질을 대면적의 전극 표면에 코팅할 때 대면적 전극의 비표면적을 높게 유지하면서 균일하고 재현성 있게 다공성 구조체를 제조할 수 있는 기술을 찾고 있습니다. 두 번째로 말씀드릴 기술은 이산화탄소 직접 수소화를 통한 메탄올 합성 기술입니다. 국내 메탄올 시장은 향후 연간 약 8% 정도 성장할 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 한편 현재 국내에 이산화탄소를 직접 메탄올로 전환하는 상용화된 공정은 아직 없습니다. 저희는 고효율 촉매 설계 및 반응 기술 개발, 공정 설계 및 최적화 등을 통해서 이산화탄소를 직접 메탄올로 전환할 수 있는 기술을 보유한 기업을 찾고 있습니다. 마지막으로 말씀드릴 기술은 리튬박 양산 기술입니다. 현재 리튬이온 배터리가 가진 여러 한계를 극복하기 위해 차세대 배터리에 대한 연구가 활발히 이루어지고 있습니다. 특히 배터리의 에너지 밀도를 획기적으로 높이기 위해 리튬 메탈을 응급제로 활용하려는 연구가 본격적으로 진행되고 있습니다. 아직 몇 가지 기술적 난제들을 해결해야 하지만 리튬 메탈 응급제는 차세대 리튬이온 배터리에 적용될 가능성이 매우 높다고 생각합니다. 저희는 균일한 두께의 얇은 리튬 박을 양산할 수 있는 기술을 찾고 있습니다. 이상으로 롯데케미칼의 수요 기술 설명회를 마치겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. That was our presentation from Lotte Chemical, and now we will move on to the Q&A session. So let's invite the leader with a big round of applause. Mr. Ham Sang-min, please come to the stage. Thank you very much. So just like we did in the previous presentation, we'll first invite questions from the floor. So please raise your hand if you have any question.
혹시 질문 있으신 분은 손을 들어.
Any question from the floor? Then we will pass over the microphone.
And thank you for your presentation. On that comment that you made about the, and I think this is right, the direct hydrogenation to produce methanol using CO2, could you comment on the future of e-fuels in Korea?
First of all, thank you very much for your interest in our technology. So regarding the methanol, well, we are not actually regarding it as a fuel, but methanol is a chemical material that is publicly used. So if we can use CO2 and methanol, then we can increase the demand for the CO2 and we can convert it to the clean methanol so that we can make that chemical materials out of CO2. So I think that's how we can make a clean methanol. So that's the idea that we brought. So we are now working on it. Thank you very much.
So now we would like to open up the floor once again. If you have any question, please raise your hand. 네, 혹시 질문 있으신 분 더 계실까요? 네, 뒤쪽에 계신 네, 남자분.
I see a hand at the back. No, we will start from the front row. And then we have a second question at the back. So can you raise your hand once again? From Go Korea, I am Lee Sang-ho. So you showed us a plan for the design in the electrolysis, and you're using alkaline. So do you have any other plans to develop other than that style? Thank you very much. So regarding the electrolysis, we want to acquire technologies in open innovation, and we don't want to limit to alkaline. So first of all, we need economically feasible technologies. And then regardless of the time, we need the ultra scale first to promote mass production. So that is why we are looking for this kind of technology and idea. Did he well answer your question? And we saw another question at the back. So I'll give you a chance. First of all, thank you very much. And I'm Park Dong-yeol from Balmex Technology. So we are now designing electrolysis, and you talk about the pen type, but actually there was no demonstration, or was there a demonstration? What is your direction for the future? Okay, here's my answer. So as of now, we don't have economically feasible technology. We don't have economically feasible technology available in the world, and we did not fully launch our R&D on this. And we are first looking for any feasible technologies outside Korea. whether it is company or government or institution. We would like to collaborate so that we can make commercialization able technology that we can apply in the future. So we saw another hand in the middle of the room. Can you raise your hand once again? So we have two hands. So who can go first? Okay, you can go first. Thank you for your presentation. I'm from Yumikoa. I'm in charge of open innovation. I'm Lee Sang-woo. And then you talk about the lithium film at the end. And I have two questions. So is it a advanced version of a battery? And another question is, if it is a battery based, then you need to do overall testing. So do you have such a system for testing? Thank you very much. First of all, so battery materials are not the topic in this forum, but I think we are talking about this because I inserted it in point number 3. So we are seeing that battery material as well as the green hydrogen at the same time. So including Umicore, there are many global players. And we are latecomers, but we are interested in battery materials. And then about the lithium materials, there are many players who are doing already well. So we are interested in next generation materials. So that is why we are searching for other chemicals like methane, for example. With the startup in the US, we had good opportunities for investment. So with that startup, we signed an MOU and we are talking about possible cooperation. So rather than the former type of battery, we want to apply first to the hybrid type, and then we want to secure that technology first. But still, we are not reaching the ultra scale production of such a technology yet either. We'll invite one last question. If there is no question, I'll give you one last question to you. So out of all of your advantages, so what technology has the strongest advantage? So we are traditionally petrochemical company. So naturally, we are providing byproduct hydrogen. So over 20% out of the total capacity available in Korea. And then 70% of the ammonia that is distributed in Korea. So naturally, that is why we are strong in hydrogen. And based on these two aspects, we will continue our businesses to reach the sales of 5 trillion by 2050. Thank you very much, and please give him another big round of applause. Thank you very much. That was Dr. Sung-min Ham, the leader of Innovation Center at Lotte Chemical. So we have completed presentations of the two companies of Korea, and now we'll move on to the third company, that is Hyosung Heavy Industries.
사전에 준비한 기업 발
So we will listen to the presentation first from the Hyosung Heavy Industries.
We dream of a safer and healthier life that begins with eco-friendly technology, of a smart way of life and enjoyment that begins with AI. We believe the technology we build protects the Earth's environment and makes sustainable life possible. We started with this value: improved technology that changes the world. Hyoseong. People are experiencing new lives through the safer and more convenient products that we make. Through innovative technology and over 100 businesses in more than 30 countries, we make this change possible. Technology that increases the value of Earth. We make eco-friendly and functional products for this purpose. A global network that connects the world as one, allows people around the world to experience our products faster. Our spirit for challenge, unafraid of innovation and failure, breaks the walls of our comfort zone and overcomes all barriers. Our eco-friendly energy technology for the future electrical industry makes this possible. Wherever they are and whatever they do, we create an environment where everyone can be safe, with stronger and lighter materials that go beyond their limits. Through human-centered technological evolution, we advance the values of life and industry so that people around the world can live a more convenient life. With a new environment where advanced AI technology and industry unite, we are opening a digital world where people connect with each other and people communicate with technology. We also provide various services for sustainable life and create value that contributes to human society. We are taking the lead in ESG management to make a better world. To cope with climate change, we are reducing carbon emissions and creating eco-friendly green energy. We protect the environment with the world's best resource recycling technology. We work with the community to create a strong society. We achieve high levels of social responsibility based on transparent governance. We respect diversity, wisdom while promoting the value of coexistence. Sustainable lives of humanity made with eco-friendly technology. Safer and more convenient lives with AI technology. Hyoseong inspires numerous industries and technologies and changes the future. Technology that moves the world and makes life richer. Hyoseong.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. Hyoseong Heavy Industry is accelerating its business through expanding hydrogen capabilities and establishing the world's largest liquid hydrogen factory. Today, I would like to introduce hydrogen technologies we are looking for. For the 50 years, Hyoseong has created a new lifestyle culture throughout the industry, including heavy industry, textiles, and chemicals. We have global production system of core products that spreads across over the world. And also we provide differentiated services to satisfy the demands of customers, and we're leading ESG management as well to make the world a better place and respond to climate change. We're expanding the hydrogen business to reduce carbon emissions and we encompass the hydrogen value chain and hydrogen production facilities, as well as carbon fiber. We also engage in industrial machineries, wind power generation, and construction areas. And we have the world-class technology in these areas, and we are recognized of the high quality of the technologies, and we achieved over 3 trillion Korean won in revenue. Now, the industrial machinery PU has been carrying out hydrogen infrastructure project. We have more than 25 years of experience in natural gas and hydrogen filling facilities. Hyosung Heavy Industry has the number one market share in Korea in terms of hydrogen refueling stations, and we have supplied 24 hydrogen refueling stations to 24 regions in Korea. And our hydrogen related technologies include liquid hydrogen and high speed refueling technology, as well as water electrolysis technology. As for liquid hydrogen, we have hydrogen transport and multi-layer insulation technology, and we have the know-how in liquid hydrogen refueling aspects. In terms of water electrolysis, we have alkaline and high efficiency and large capacity water electrolysis development technology. We also have tube trailer filling station related to green hydrogen, and we have refueling station vehicle related to green hydrogen. Thank you very much, and we will move on to Q&A session. Please welcome Mr. Min-gyu Lim from Hyosung Heavy Industry. Thank you for the presentation, and from now on, he's going to answer questions. Please raise your hand if you have any question. The gentleman in the middle. Hello, I am from Seoul Bay. I'm in charge of hydrogen business. My name is Kim Jae. Regarding the second hydrogen-related technology in your presentation, specifically about water electrolysis technology, the content was very high-level information. There was no specific information about the hydrogen electrolysis technology. Could you explain more concretely about what kind of technologies you need for achieving water electrolysis technology you mentioned? We are working on onshore wind turbine project, and we have the technology of hydrogen refueling station. And in terms of green hydrogen, water electrolysis is a very important technology. We don't currently have the water electrolysis technology at a full scale. So once we have a complete set of water electrolysis technology, we will be able to achieve the green hydrogen vision. So regarding TEM and alkaline, and regarding other technologies required for the water electrolysis for green hydrogen, we are continuously studying the possibilities and seeking for cooperation with other companies. Any other questions from the floor? Hello, I am from Hyundai Corporation. My name is Im Min-jae. Hyosung Heavy Industry has hydrogen production BM and hydrogen refueling station BM. As I know, Hyosung Heavy Industry is actively creating joint ventures with foreign companies. And in the area of hydrogen storage, BEM, you may have a great interest. For now, as I understand, you are transporting liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen transportation can be replaced by other technologies. Are you considering any option to use the technologies that can replace liquefied or liquid hydrogen transportation? Hyosung Chemicals, one of our affiliate, produces byproduct hydrogen, and we thought about how we could use the byproduct hydrogen. That's why we are considering liquid hydrogen transportation. And with the currently available technology, we need to be able to do our business in an eco-friendly way in compliance with the ESG principles. In our opinion, ammonia will soon become a reality, but in the area of ammonia, we don't have specialized technology. And for now, we have created a joint venture with a company named Linde for liquid hydrogen. Linde has competitiveness not only in liquid hydrogen but also in CCUS and water electrolysis and in many other areas. So we're trying to secure the relevant technologies through the joint venture with Linde. Ammonia could replace the liquid hydrogen, but we don't have specialized technology in that area related to ammonia. Before we receive further question from the floor, we have just received a question from online participant. I'm going to read that question. Do you have a plan to develop liquefied puff, or are you going to cooperate with Linde in developing such liquefied hydrogen transportation pipe? Can you open such disclose relevant plan? And I understand that there could be some gap between the timeline you apply this to the factory and the timeline you actually apply to the real business. Our joint venture with Linde, actually the production side belongs to Linde and the sales side belongs to Hyosung. So I cannot make a detailed answer about this question, but maybe by next year we will be able to see the liquid hydrogen. If we have liquid hydrogen, we will have to sell this in the market. Next July, we aim to establish liquefied hydrogen refueling station by next year, July. So the construction of such refueling station will start by the beginning of next year. That's our goal. But the liquefied hydrogen refueling station projects are planned for the end of next year. Actually, there was the request for proposal on the liquefied hydrogen refueling station project, and that and another question is that there are many competitiveness of your company. Could you pick up one and explain about that? We actually can say that Hyosung Heavy Industry has the technology related to carbon materials, and it also has gas facility related technologies, which is being used for establishing hydrogen refueling station. As Hyundai Motors made hydrogen vehicles, they needed refueling stations, and Hyosung engaged in the establishment of hydrogen refueling station. So one of our competitivenesses is that we have competitiveness in CNG, hydrogen refueling station, and liquefied hydrogen refueling stations. Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you for the presentation and the Q&A session.
We listened to the last presentation from Hyundai Motor Company, and they have prepared a presentation video file. And then after that, we will listen to the Q&A session. So 15 minutes is given to Hyundai Motor Company as well. So let's watch the video together.
Vision of fuel cell electric vehicles and fuel cell system. Recently, as climate change and carbon neutrality come to the fore, eco-friendly renewable energies without carbon emissions are under the spotlight. However, as long as renewable energies are obtained from nature, they have limitations in that their generation may be intermittent and different from region to region. Meanwhile, hydrogen is suitable for mass storage. It can store the excess electricity from renewable energies, as well as it can resolve the regional deviation in renewable energy generation by allowing the long-distance transportation of energy. Hyundai Motor Group captured the importance of hydrogen energy earlier and has started research on hydrogen fuel cells since 1998. In 2013, the company mass-produced an FCEV successfully for the first time in the world. Its second-generation FCEV Nexo was released in 2018. Nexo can travel 609 kilometers with a 5-minute single charge and offers same durability of 10 years and 160,000 kilometers as Hyundai does always for its gasoline and diesel cars. What makes Nexo perfect is that it has been certified worldwide for its safety, and its hydrogen tanks, in particular, have been developed through a wide range of tests under harsh conditions, including drops, high pressure, and temperature. Hyundai Motor Group has also produced Exient fuel cell heavy-duty trucks and ElecCity fuel cell buses by expanding its passenger FCEV technology. And in the future, the company plans to build a fuel cell lineup for all commercial vehicles by 2028 and will expand the passenger FCEV models. Let's look into the Nexo powertrain system, developed with Hyundai's own technologies. The Nexo powertrain, optimized for FCEVs, was developed to ensure efficient drive performance. The powertrain consists of a fuel cell system, where hydrogen and oxygen react to produce electricity, a hydrogen storage system, a high-voltage battery that supports the fuel cell system to ensure the best efficiency for the vehicle, and a drive motor, which generates drive power by using electric energy supplied by the stack and the battery. We are proud to announce that Hyundai Motor Group has reached a global competitiveness for every core component of FCEV technology. Hyundai Motor Group is also making efforts to supply the fuel cell system verified in FCEVs to the non-automotive industries, aiming to achieve the economy of scale for fuel cells and to bring the so-called hydrogen society closer to our daily lives. As one of the first movers for hydrogen economy, Hyundai Motor Group is striving to showcase various possibilities of utilizing hydrogen fuel cells and to promote the changes and values that hydrogen will bring to mankind. Our goal is to make hydrogen readily used for everyone, everything, and everywhere. Hyundai Motor Group will be at the forefront to fulfill our social responsibility for the future generation. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 소개 영상
Thank you very much. That was the presentation video file. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Won-ju, who is in charge of the hydrogen-related development in Hyundai Motor Company. Thank you very much. And please use the microphone very closely to your mouth when you give your answer. And we will first invite questions from the floor.
네. 간단하게 소개 부탁드립니다.
Please identify yourself first. Hello, I am Im Chang-soon, and thank you very much for your presentation. And after the Nexo was launched in 2018, you are doing really well. So, what would be your next model? Do you have any plan for the launch of the new model? So I'm in charge of the hydrogen, but not actually focusing on the car itself, but for the overall fuel cell for the vehicles. And then about your question, so after the Nexo, we had another plan to launch the new version, of course. But as you may well know, the launching of the new models is actually confidential. And it's confidential inside the group as well, so I cannot share with you as of now. Sorry. Anything that you want to say? So I'm in charge of the hydrogen fuel cell engineering. And then we have fuel cell teams for the vehicle and for non-vehicle. So we have two different teams, and then we have the non-vehicle team is focusing on the new technologies. So I'm in the fuel cell department, and we are focusing on advancing the related technology level, and we look for some other technologies to apply to vessels, for example. So the technologies that we are looking for are to use the fuel cell for the vehicles and use the materials and the PCS, the power control system, or other control systems as well. So we are looking for partners who can actually collaborate on these topics. Thank you very much. That was explanation about the open innovation chances with the Hyundai Motor Company. And is there any other question? If not, then let me ask you one question. So, when did you start the hydrogen related development first in your company, and what made you develop on this? We already mentioned this in the video file. So we first developed this hydrogen fuel cell technology in 1998. So actually that's before entering the company actually for myself, but there were needs for the eco-friendly vehicle in the market and in the group. And former chairman actively supported this development. So we started in 1998, and then we were the first company in the world to produce the hydrogen-based car in 2003, and we launched the Nexo, as you may well know. So production, storage, and charging, and all of these businesses started in 2017 under a new team called Strategic Development Team. And then since then, we have utilized fuel cell for the vehicles to apply to other applications. So we can say that we started in 2017. Thank you very much. And there was a comment in the chatting room. So who is the person who's standing at the podium? He is Mr. Kim Won-ju, who is in charge of the fuel cell development. Another question is, can you introduce one of your strengths in your company? So we are, of course, strong in hydrogen-based vehicle, of course, as you can see from our team name and company name. So fuel cell system developed for the cars, the automobiles, will be further developed to find out any ways that we can apply to other areas or other technologies. Thank you very much. So you already introduced the potential collaborators that you want to work with. So what would be the most important factors, like the market size or the potential or anything that you are focusing on? First of all, their attitudes or how active they are uh, to pursue development, and of course their technology as well. But I think when it comes to technological development, the current development level is of course important, but potential would be more important. Thank you very much. And is another question online. Toyota Mirai 2 tested driving for 1,100 kilometer, and if they can run more, then the competitiveness of the Nexo would go down. Any other plan for Nexo 2? And how about the liquefied fuel-based vehicle-related development plan? Well, I'm not in charge of the automobile, so maybe I'm not the right person to give you the information. But of course, we are developing the next generation of Nexo, of course, and I'm sure that you will be able to meet the new model in the near future. And about the liquefied hydrogen, well, I cannot comment on it as of now. And as I'm not in charge of the automobile, I cannot give you accurate information about that. I cannot actually mention it right now. So we will invite one last question from the floor. So I'm from the Embassy of Netherlands. I'm Lee Jung-won. So about the non-automobile part, I think you are interested in the type that you introduced in the presentation file, but actually its competitiveness level would be a little bit lower, I can say. So what areas are you focusing on? So you saw from the Ulsan Techno Park presentation. So they are now in the feasibility study level, and we are now collaborating together, development for the buildings or trams or drones or vessels, for example. So PEMFC looks competitive, and especially the renewable energy is used more. So as you may well know, PV and wind power are impacted by external conditions. So when we need electricity, when we need to produce electricity, sometimes we may be severed or stopped because of some external conditions. So when such a shortage happen and such an imbalance happen, in the case FEMFC can be used because we can act fast to resolve such variables that may be brought by the renewable energy. Thank you very much, and please give him another big round of applause.
네, 이제 오늘 세션의 마지막
Now we have the last session for today's forum. For business cooperation with the companies, including the 4 companies that made presentation, KOTRA will help you understand how you can apply for one-on-one counseling with Korean companies. Please welcome the gentleman from KOTRA with big round of applause.
Your busy schedule to join us today. I'd like to give a special thanks to the executives of 7 hydrogen associations visiting Korea for today's event. My name is Seung-Yeon Kim, and as a project manager, I'm supporting foreign companies doing business in Korea. Due to the COVID pandemic, it has been a while since I stood in front of so many guests like today. I'm very pleased to see you all offline. So this is the last presentation for today, and it will only take 10 minutes. Before we go any further, I'd like to briefly introduce my organization, KOTRA and Invest Korea. As you might know, KOTRA is Korea's national trade and investment promotion agency. Invest Korea was established as part of KOTRA to promote Korea's investment environment abroad. KOTRA has been at the forefront of innovation with its extensive global network. We have 36 offices dedicated to promote Korea as an attractive investment destination. The slide shows where those offices are located around the world. KOTRA Invest Korea provides comprehensive services to foreign companies, ranging from consultations, notifications of investments, establishment of corporations, support for business activities, to complaint handling in Korea. We are acting as a platform for expanding business activities between companies at home and abroad. While we are leading this global partnership and international investment opportunities. This time, to foster innovation in the hydrogen industry, KOTRA and our partner organizations in Ulsan City have teamed up with these 4 Korean industrial leaders. These 4 companies, Hyundai Motor Company, Hyosung Heavy Industries, Lotte Chemical, and SK Gas, are navigating the era of energy transition, strengthening their innovation capacity. Today, they introduce technology for open innovation with overseas and domestic companies. I'm asking global hydrogen associations to share this information with your members. So let me explain how to apply for meetings with these companies. Just remember these 3 steps. First, apply for meetings to us, and then Korean partners will internally review your business proposals based on possibilities for collaboration regarding their roadmaps. And they will also consider the level of the technology. After that, KOTRA will matchmake Korean and overseas companies. So this is the application form. First, briefly fill out your company's information. And then please list up technologies your company possesses or develops. You might choose up to 4 Korean companies for your partnership and check which types of partnership you are considering. After that, submit this application form to us. Together with our overseas offices, we are also connecting Korean enterprises with global investors. So please let me know if there is any Korean company is willing to make a success story with foreign companies. So please contact me or my colleague, Mr. Lee, if you have any questions. Thank you and have a great evening.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much for your meaningful words. Thank you once again. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 이렇게 마지막
So that was the last presentation from KOTRA, and I know that you have participated for a very long time, offline and online, from very early morning today. So we heard about the GIA Forum, General Assembly, as well as the members' presentations, and then companies' presentation. So we were worried that we would not be able to meet you offline because of the COVID-19. But despite such difficulties, we have many VIPs and members and participants inside this venue to celebrate the opening of the GIA. Chia and sharing valuable information. So that was really meaningful. So I sincerely hope that we will work harder and cooperate stronger for the development of Chia. And we look forward to having your support for Chia's activities. Once again, thank you very much for being with us today. And we'll take a brief presentation. And from 5:30, we're going to start the last dinner. So thank you very much once again, and have a good evening.